Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Mayor.
Hi. Are we live?
Not yet.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
I don't see the recording button on.
Give us about 30 seconds, please. We're good to go, Mayor Serta.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're ready to begin the Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2022. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
and Councilmember Francis.
Here.
All members of the council are present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to be going into closed session, but prior to doing that, Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on any closed session items?
No, we do not.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and go into closed session, and hopefully we'll be back at about 7:30, and we'll reopen the meeting at that time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you unmuted?
Hello, Dulce. You're the second, only the second Dulce I've ever met.
Yeah, yeah, I haven't met too many either.
Yeah, there's one more.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello, Art. Councilmember Art Kassanian.
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman.
You're welcome, sir.
Is the schools out already?
Yes.
Yeah, at least mine is, yeah.
Yeah, for you too? Great.
Good.
Feels good to be out for summer. Finally, huh? Yeah. Remember all that went on this past year so you can tell your children about it. They'll want to know.
What grade are you in right now, Dulce?
I just graduated. So
Wow.
This year I'm transitioning to college.
That's wonderful. Did you guys at least get to have a in-person graduation?
Yeah, I had one on like earlier in the month.
Oh, nice. At least you guys got to celebrate.
Yeah.
Any other senior activities?
No, not really.
No
We
prom?
didn't have anything.
Oh, no prom, eh? No prom, huh?
No.
Oh,
No.
you guys had to come back
COVID.
all year and have prom.
No, we just couldn't have it anymore. So
Oh,
I guess that's it. Yeah.
jeez.
You decide where you're going to college?
Yeah, I'm staying local, so I'm going to Cal State Long Beach.
Nice. That's a good place to go. Yeah.
Very good.
Go Beach.
Go Beach, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Have you considered to apply for some scholarship?
Yes, I did. Like my whole tuition is going to be paid, and I still get money for books and transportation and everything. So
Nice.
That's
Good
great.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Got
Your
the full
GPA,
ride.
your GPA must be 4.0 like me.
4.4.
no.
5.0. Yeah.
Are we live?
Good evening. Yes, we are live.
Okay. And just 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, so if we're ready, go ahead and begin. Everybody, please remember to mute your cell phones. Okay. So we're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
Councilmember Francis.
Here.
All members of the council are present.
Okay, let me just read this here as formality here. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspends requirements of the Brown Act. Please be advised that council chambers are closed to the public and that some or all of the Gardena City Council members may be attending this meeting telephonically. If you would like to participate in this meeting, you may participate via the following options. The first way is you can view the meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way to participate prior to the meeting is by emailing the Deputy Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting, which is today. And in the subject line, write public comments. Comments will be read into the record up to the time limit of 3 minutes. The third way to participate is via the Zoom webinar. To join the Zoom meeting, you can do it either on the internet or via phone conference. If you want to go online on the internet, the link is https://us02web.zom.us/J/819-1796-6627. The telephone number is area code 669-900-9128, and the meeting ID number is 819-1796-6627. If you wish to speak live on a specific agenda item during the meeting, you may use the raise your hand feature during the item you wish to speak on. For non-agenda items, you will be allowed to speak during oral communications. And during the public hearing, you will be allowed to speak when I open the public hearing. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. The City of Gardena thanks you in advance for helping us to take all the precautions and helping to prevent the spreading of the COVID-19 virus. Before we move any further here, let me just read this quick statement about the City of Gardena, our reopening plan. Oh shoot, did I lose you? Are we still alive here?
We can hear you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you can hear it. Okay, I'm sorry, I just lost the screen here. Okay, the Welcome Back Gardena plan. Gardena City Hall is to reopen on June 29th by appointment only. The City Council and I are happy to announce that City Hall will reopen on June 29th. At this time, city services will be provided by appointment only. Access to City Hall will be limited and COVID-19 safety protocols will be in place. In an effort to provide the service and assistance in a way that minimizes potential exposure to COVID-19, city services are still being offered remotely by phone, email, or online. To make an appointment or contact city staff with questions, please refer to our website at www.cityofgardena.org/reopening or call 310-217-9500. Additionally, you may scan the QR code on the screen that you see right now, which will link you to the city's reopening website. City Council meetings will continue to be conducted via the Zoom webinar until further notice. The City Council meeting schedules, agendas, and Zoom meeting details are available on the City of Gardena's website. We will continue to provide additional information during this transition. We are so excited to have our doors open to our incredible and resilient residents this time. So as you can see the screen, this is one that you can just click on the QR code here and it'll give you more information. So with that being said, let me go back to our agenda here. Tonight we did have closed session and Madam City Attorney Vasquez, do we have anything to report from closed session?
No, Madam Mayor, no reportable action was taken tonight.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Dulce Ordonez. And immediately following that, we will have our invocation tonight by our Mayor Pro Tem, Rodney Tanaka. So at this time, Dulce, go ahead.
If you could please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please stay on until after the invocation. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just come to you tonight and we thank you and give you praise for all that's happening about our COVID and the reopening of our nation, of our city. We just thank you for all of the helping hand that you have placed to make sure that this COVID goes away. Father, we pray for our educators in our schools. We know that school has ended, but as they prepare for the next semester's opening, Father, we just pray for our teachers and our students that next year will be a more fruitful and enjoyable time for them. So, Father, we continue to pray for our nation as we continue to move forward. We continue to pray for peace, goodwill. Father, we just ask for us to move and help one another, to be courteous, to be helpful. And Father, we just want us to be conscientious and prudent about how our country makes decisions and how our leaders will continue to try to make the world a better place. Father, we continue to ask for blessings upon the City Council as we move forward with our decisions that affect our people, our cities, and the decisions that will continue to make us the gem of the South Bay, Father. So we ask all this in your Son's name, and we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If we can go back to our pledge for just a moment. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by Dulce Ordonez. Dulce is a current City of Gardena Youth Commissioner. She just graduated.
She just wants to acknowledge.
Hey, Becky, I think your mic is still on here. So Dulce is currently a City of Gardena Youth Commissioner. She just graduated from Dr. Richard Vladovic Harvard Teacher Preparation Academy and will be attending Cal State Long Beach in the fall. So Dulce, thank you again for leading us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. You did a great job, and we'll look forward to probably seeing you in person to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance again at that time. So thank you, everybody. Give her a round of applause, please, a virtual round of applause. Did a great job. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, once again, thank you for leading us in tonight's invocation. Appreciate it. Okay, so next we are going to move on to, let's see, we have no presentations, no proclamations tonight. So we're going to move on to appointments here. And does any member of the council have any appointments to be made to any commissions, committees, councils, or boards at this time?
Madam Mayor, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to appoint Margie Hoyt to the Rent Mediation Board for tenant representative.
Okay. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying you read her information already, so.
Yes, okay. And I will be making an appointment to the Planning and Environmental Quality Commission. I'll be appointing Jules Kahn to the commission here. I think he'll make an excellent addition, especially with his background in the real estate industry here. So are there any other appointments at this time? No? With that being said, I'd like to just go ahead and make the motion to appoint Planning and Environmental Quality Commissioner Jules Kahn, and then also Rent Mediation Board Tenant Representative Margie Holt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry, who's second? I didn't look up.
Councilwoman Francis.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by myself and a second by Councilwoman Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Yes.
Council Member Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Council Member Henderson,
Yes.
Council Member Council Member Kaskanian.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you concluded with that? Okay, so next we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Has everyone had the opportunity to read it and go over it? Okay. Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public wish to speak on our consent calendar? I think you're muted. Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public wish to speak on the consent calendar? I think you keep going back muted for some reason.
Here we
There you go. Oh, well, you're muted again.
I'm sorry. Okay. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
Okay. We do not have anyone from the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the council wish to discuss any items separately?
Madam Mayor, I don't have any item to discuss. I just would like to make a comment. I really appreciate how we as a city work to recycle our Gardena dollars with their Gardena businesses. So I think that should be placed in the record. And I move that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet. We have one item on here that's conditional use permit 2-21. This is the commission's considering a request for a conditional use permit to allow on-site sale and consumption of beer and wine ancillary to an existing restaurant located in the general commercial C3 zone. And it's directing staff to file a notice of exemption. The property is located at 15435 South Western Avenue, Unit 115. And does any member of the council wish to call for a review at this time? Okay, if not, we're going to go ahead and receive and file. Okay, next up is oral communications. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers under this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one hand up, Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Okay, just want to remind our speaker that you are limited to 3 minutes, and go ahead and proceed at this time.
Yes, hi, good afternoon or good evening, City Mayor and City Council. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Oh, good. Thank you so much. My thing was I'm seeing on the city agenda that there's negotiations for the Chase Bank property. I just spoke with some community members. Just got some more insight, and I just wanted to give this advice. So everyone can start reviewing this potentially of not purchasing the Chase Bank property. Let the Chase Bank property be a commercial entity. That's what I would recommend. Don't purchase this Chase Bank property. It may cost $1 million to $1.3 million just on rehabilitation, possibly any repairs on structural foundation. It's just like a shell structure, retrofitting it, to meet earthquake specifications. I wasn't aware of the cost of the property. Instead, I would recommend using that same funding, the $5 to $6 million of funding. I'll be emailing City Council with some companies that have been building. These are beautiful buildings. They're all made like in areas like Montana, and where cost of living is cheaper. And they're put on trains and they're brought in, and you can actually, they're like Legos, so you can actually put a building up together in less than like a week, and there will be a functional building for probably less cost. There will be more city input onto how we can use the buildings. The buildings would be actually 100-year buildings, so we won't have to do any earthquake retrofitting. Long Beach Unified School District is using this, and many other school districts are actually. So they're actually up to code if they're being used for educational purposes. And then the pool that we have at the city, I would recommend resurfacing it. I will also email the City Council. Even if there's ways where they'll like chisel out the pool. If there's any cracks or anything, they'll retrofit it. Should probably cost no more than, I would say, $50,000. Removing that pool is going to cost a lot of money. I've seen pools getting removed, and there's so much rebar, especially since this pool was built about 50 years ago. things built back then were built strong, built to last. So, and then the cement around the pool is really easy. You just chisel it out and pour brand new cement, and it's good as new. And change the filters and pump systems, and it's good as new. And then just wanted to tell City Council, please, don't purchase the Chase Bank property. We can build a much bigger and better building that we won't. Essentially, will be all electrical will be already done. It will have up to brand new HVAC, air conditioner, heating. And will be a 100-year building. So we won't have to do any maintenance, no paint, no structural damage, not even pouring cement. That company will be able to come in and install the buildings. And this would be at Royley Park all the way towards the northeastern corner. So it would blend in. You wouldn't even see it when you're driving past. So it doesn't even affect the park square footage. It will just take a small portion. And we can even put a balcony. So when there's a Royley Park jazz festival, you can actually have a lobby, like an outdoor open air, a second floor like patio. So essentially the community can use it even at the jazz festival, and the rooms they'll all be like a long hall. So you can actually use that for indoor, vendors or even indoor food or catering. So I'll email City Council on that. So that's what I was just recommending, not to purchase the Chase Bank property. It's going to cost a lot of money to repair it. So instead, we can build something brand new, 100-year building, and at half the cost probably. So that's all. And then the existing apartment buildings that the city has purchased, potentially even selling those at market value. The real estate value is going up. Or just have it as a rent stabilized program, 1 bedroom $800 or 2 bedroom $950 to support housing in our city. So just some ideas for City Council to consider. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
No, we don't have any other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to move on to departmental items. First up is item number 11A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 11A, resolution number 6523, adopting the City of Gardena's amended budget for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Based on Recovery Act funding received by the city, as well as the issuance of the pension obligation bond, an amendment to the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget was presented to the City Council and the public at the May 25th, 2021 City Council meeting. It has been made available for comment and review since that time. Proposed budget is based on conservative revenue and expenditure forecasts. Copies of the adopted amended budget will be available for review at the City Clerk's office, county libraries, and the city's website at www.cityofgardena.org. The financial impact is total for fiscal year 21-22, $193,366,194, the revenue side, and $200,439,379 for the expenditure side. What's required tonight is conduct a public hearing and adopt budget resolution number 6523.
Okay, thank you. So this time, this is a public hearing. The hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item here?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. Good afternoon, City Council. So this is a great budget, great job on the budget. Just wondering if there's a way, and this is, the city can always amend this in the future also. Is there a way to possibly amend or even add a new so there's two jobs that I would recommend. The first one is including a part-time EMT, emergency medical technician, just like if someone falls or something in the park, they can provide at least, Band-Aid or, some sort of until the fire department come to help. So even having, possibly having some park rec staffing, for future hiring into a new job classification. EMT, I think City of Torrance is only paying about $22 an hour part-time for their ambulance service. So even, talking to City of Torrance, possibly even getting some of their, candidates, they can work because I think they're working part-time at Torrance. If they can even work part-time for Gardena, just for as an EMT for recreation, for, like park services, helping with park events. The other one is also very important on for example, for new police officer positions. If we can incorporate, essentially it would have to be a new job classification. It's the HR, human resources. So for example, you have to add a new requirement, possibly adding a EMT certification, emergency medical technician certification. So future, not these officers, but the future officers, they're able to, if they come to a scene, they have all the resources. For example, AEDs, actually being able to stop the bleed, not just a basic 8-hour class, actually knowing, like with EMT, like hospitals will hire EMTs, ambulance companies having that certification as a probationary requirement. You possibly even putting them in EMT classes first and then the police academy, adding, just some ideas for HR job reclassifications. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other speakers at this time?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments? No? Okay.
Mayor Serta,
yes.
During the May 25th meeting, we presented the budget before you and before the residents and the public. We had a presentation done. We also had a study session done on June 17th. We went over the same presentation, including the members of the public. At this point, it is the council discretion whether or not to see that presentation again, or if you've seen it, if you're good with it, then we don't have to see it. But if you have any questions, and members of the council, any questions, I can easily pull up the presentation and go through it again.
Well, does any member of the council have any questions regarding the previous presentation slides or anything?
Madam Mayor, I have no questions.
Madam Mayor, I think they did a great job, so I have no questions.
Paulette or Councilwoman Francis, I'm sorry.
No, I think I'm all questioned. I'm sure asked more than enough. So,
Councilmember,
Same
okay.
right here. Thank you. Great presentation. Keep up the good job. Thank you.
Okay. And I concur with everyone else. With that being said, Clint, I'm sorry, and I kind of ran through things a little quickly here, but would you like to respond to some of the comments that were made by the public speaker as far as recommendations for EMT or anything like that?
Oh, certainly. Yes. So our staff do have, if it's just minor cuts and bruises, our staff and our parks are very capable of providing those supplies and providing first aid, helping first aid to whomever needs it. If staff deems that it's more serious than that, there's we just dial 911 and EMTs come. Doesn't cost the city any money.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that being said, are there any other questions in regards to the budget besides that? No? Okay, at this time, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. And second here. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And Does any member of the council wish to make a motion to adopt budget resolution number 6523?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Kaskanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Kaskanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Thank you guys again. You guys did a great job on the budget. Really good
Thank
job.
you.
Okay, so let's move on to item number 11B. Mr. City Manager?
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, Agenda Item 11B is an authorization to bind excess insurance coverage policies for fiscal year 21-22. City of Gardena is self-insured, general liability and workers' compensation insurance, and obtains excess insurance coverage for extraordinary exposures for both, in addition to commercial property, contractors' equipment insurance, and a crime bond for employees. Annually, staff seeks renewal quotations and works diligently to ensure that adequate coverage is obtained at the best possible price. This year's insurance quotes were obtained through the city's Joint Power Authority, JPA, PRISM, formerly known as CSAC EIA. The quote received from PRISM was an estimated premium of $1,507,700. Staff recommends that City Council authorize the purchase of the excess insurance coverage for fiscal year 21-22. A total estimated cost of $1,507,700, including a $92,882 broker fee, through the specified carriers, and authorize the city manager to execute documents to bind the insurance policies. The financial impact, proposed budget expenditures for fiscal year 21-22 is as follows. For liability and workers' comp fund insurance, $954,652. For our enterprise funds, $553,048. And total for insurance is $1,507,700. What is required is to approve the purchase of excess insurance policies.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this?
I have one thing I would like the city manager to provide clarification. Mr. City Manager, could you explain the reasons why we go through a joint powers authority and why we just don't call your friendly neighborhood insurance agent to provide us with support in our insurance?
Certainly. Prior to fiscal year 18-19, we were actually on a private broker insurance. We purchased insurance based on our experience as far as what claims we've had in the past. And so there is no aggregation of policies. So we're sort of on an island as far as the quotes that we got from the private broker. We then looked at JPA. The JPA, you share the experience with other cities, other municipalities, other entities, not just municipalities, and you spread the cost towards the size of the pool. So obviously, the larger the pool, the less sensitive it is for any one agency to have an experience. Let's say you have a catastrophic claim. If you were alone on a private insurance, obviously your rate would go much, much higher. If you're on a pool, that is spread out over 100, 200 different agencies, so you hardly feel the increases. The negative side of having a JPA is that you share the experience of other agencies. So if you didn't have any negative experience for that year or years, and somebody else did, you share the increases. The good thing about it is that the increases, like I said, is spread out over the size of the pool, and it's not sizable as far as compared to what you would experience if you had that experience.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to approve the purchase of excess insurance policies at this time?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 11C. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 6519, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22, also known as the GAN limit. In 1979, Proposition 4, known as the GAN Initiative, was approved by the voters. As a result, Article 13B of the state statute, Government Code, Section 7900-10, was enacted and requires that each year thereafter, the governing body of each local jurisdiction shall, by resolution, establish an appropriations limit for the following year. Proposition 111, approved by the voters in 1990, amended Article 13B further, and council action is necessary to implement the amendments effective for fiscal year. The amendments of Prop 111 specify that the annual adjustment factor for calculating the appropriations limit will be increased by the following. Number one, change in population growth for the city or the county, whichever has the higher population growth rate. The change in California per capita personal income, or the growth in non-residential assessed valuation due to new construction within the city. Pursuant to Prop 111 amendments and upon council approval, staff has calculated the fiscal year 21-22 appropriations limit using the city's population change, the percentage change in per capita personal income in California. The appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22 is $124,453,358 with appropriations of $66,865,341 subject to the limit, leaving a remaining appropriations capacity of $57,588,17. The financial impact is as follows. Appropriations limit is $124,453,358. Funding source is all revenue sources, and the remaining appropriation capacity is $57,588,017. What's required tonight is to conduct public hearing and adopt resolution 6519.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, this is a public hearing. The hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this item? No? Okay. Clint, is there anything else you'd like to add before I close the hearing?
Nothing else, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, the hearing is closed. And can I get a motion to approve the gain limit for fiscal year 21 through 22?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Cascanian and a second by Councilwoman Francis.
Madam Mayor, for the record, it is resolution 6519 that you are also moving to adopt.
Thank you. Okay. So just a clarification. So adopting resolution number 6519. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 11D.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 11D is resolution number 6520, acknowledging the receipt and filing of the annual statement of investment policy for fiscal year 21-22. City staff completed a review of its investment policy to ensure compliance with state and federal statutes, maximizing interest and minimizing risk. The purpose of the investment policy is to identify various policies and procedures that will foster a prudent and systematic investment program designed to seek the city objectives of safety, liquidity, and return on investment through a diversified investment portfolio. The policy also serves to organize and formalize the city's investment-related activities. The policy is written to incorporate industry best practices and recommendations from sources such as the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, the California Municipal Treasurers Association, or CMTA, the California Debt and Investment Advisory Commission, or CDAC, and the Association of Public Treasurers, or APT. There is no financial impact. What's required is adopt resolution number 6520.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, one second here. So at this time, does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do have a question. So, Mr. City Manager, does this mean that we cannot invest in anything such as cryptocurrency or anything else that could be high risk?
That's correct, Councilman Henderson. We cannot invest in anything speculative.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do. Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Hi, good afternoon, City Council and City Mayor. So yeah, this investment policy looks good. I was just wondering, is there a way for the city to even create it? You know, this is some ideas. Is there a possibility the city can create its own, like there's like a investment tool, like an LLC of a pool of commercial properties, such as parking buildings, or even like even retail, like for example, like this example, like the Ralph's Plaza that on Redondo Beach Boulevard can or even the U-Haul Plaza property. Can the city purchase properties in a LLC that's self-insured, not self-insured, actually insured, it actually has like a blanket insurance policy, to protect, versus, you never know, the LLC can get sued. Is there a way to, because I don't see that there's any way the city can actually invest within the community. I know some other cities, they are actually, investing in their city. So the dollars stay in the community, and then, for example, if you want to upgrade something, you can take property and you can upgrade, the aesthetics of if you want to change it from stucco to tile or, like a wood trim, you could do that as an owner of one of these properties. Is there any way, because I don't see that I was reading the investment policy, I don't see anywhere that it just talks about, investing in major companies. I mean, with inflation, that's going on right now, with the interest rate, it's possible, it's possible inflation may cause, some of the values of some of these companies, possibly to even increase or decrease. We can't, project the future. If we invest in our city in real estate, we know what the payoff amount is, how much revenue is coming in. And commercial properties are excellent, I would say. Like grocery stores, easy. I mean, you have net 3% or net 2% of net sales, and then a base rent. So just some ideas would consider, for a city to look into, or, as a investment policy to invest within the city also. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, excuse me. If not, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6520, which is the investment policy for 2021 through 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, and a second by Councilmember Cascanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 12A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. Agenda item number 12A is a public hearing for conditional use permit 3-20. The applicants is Happiness Garden, Susumu Anoda, and Brent Fraser. On November 5th, 2020, the applicant Happiness Garden, represented by Susumu Anoda and Brent Fraser, submitted an application for a conditional use permit to allow a church used in a high-density multifamily residential zone in R4 located at 15640 South Normandy Avenue. The applicant is requesting a spiritual healing and worship sanctuary for Happiness Garden Kofukuen or HGK, which practices healing based on Shinto and Buddhist spiritual beliefs. HGK is a branch ministry of Sacramento Life Churches Incorporated, or SLC, which is a nonprofit religious organization. Practices include guided meditation, yoga, Reiki healing, prayer rites, chakra work, sacred sound, and aroma blessings. On May 18, 2021, the Planning and Environmental Quality Commission held a public hearing and voted 3-2 to approve conditional use permit 3-20. On May 25th, 2021, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka called the item for review by the City Council. The public hearing notice was published in the GVN and mailed first class to owners and occupants within a 300-foot radius of the site on June 10th, 2021. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is approve the conditional use permit as approved by the Planning Commission, or approve the conditional use permit with additional conditions, or deny the conditional use permit.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. The hearing is now open at this time. Is the applicant with us tonight?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Lisa, go ahead.
I'm sorry, we have a staff presentation first before.
Oh, sure. Let's go ahead with that.
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Greg McLean. I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay.
Let's see, I think it's this one. Okay. Do you see my initial screen there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. So I'm going to give you a brief background on this. So this is, as the city manager indicated, this is for conditional use permit 320 at 15640 South Normandy Avenue. And the request was a conditional use permit for a church in the R4 zone. So the request was made on November 5th of last year, and the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to approve it in May 18th of this year. So let me show you the location of this site. It's on Normandy, right at Magnolia, right there. And the Happiness Garden, or Kofukuen, practices their beliefs based on Shinto and Buddhist beliefs. And they're a branch ministry of the Sacramento Life Churches, which is a larger organization that has churches on the West Coast mostly. Nonprofit religious organization. They hold cannabis as a sacred religious sacrament. That's a key part of their belief. They're open at this location daily, or their plan is to be open daily from 10 to 7:30. It's an existing building, was built in 1955 that is being converted. It's about 2,000 square feet. There's a sanctuary, a small sanctuary, 250 square feet with 3 fixed pews, and there's 8 parking spaces on site. So I'll show you, this is the building from an aerial view. I'll have some photographs to show you too, but I'll show you the site plan first. So here's the site plan. And again, this is the building. And the driveway entrance is actually off of the alley. So that's here and around here. So we got 3 parking spaces here, 1 parking space here, and 4 parking spaces here, including the handicap spot. So next slide is exterior view. This is the back of the building, which is probably used as the main entrance. This is the front of the building. And Right here, you can see the 3 parking spaces that were along the back, or along the edge of the building that we showed. Here's the interior space. A lot of office building or office spaces in here. The sanctuary is this little space right here. The 3 pews are in this area, and this is the shrine area. So the sanctuary takes up a very small space, and the way that parking is calculated for churches is based on that area. So here's some photos of the interior. This is the sanctuary area. Here's some other photos, blurry, unfortunately. Some of the other spaces inside the building. I believe this was previously a medical facility, so some of the sinks and stuff are already there from that. Just to show, the calculation for parking was 7. They came up with 8, so there's no parking issues on the site. With regard to the cannabis, there was a condition in the Planning Commission resolution that stated the applicant shall not establish, operate, maintain, conduct, or engage in commercial cannabis activity as defined in the Gardena Municipal Code, Chapter 1866-020C. And I'm not going to read this, but this is what that definition is. Basically, it says that commercial cannabis activity means all these things, including delivery, sale of cannabis and cannabis products for non-medical, medical, and other purposes. The applicants know about this. They agreed to it at the Planning Commission meeting. And they agreed to all the other conditions as well, but this was the one that was in there addressing cannabis. So the public hearing for this public hearing was advertised in the Gardena Valley News, and owners were notified by mail within 300 feet. The CEQA requirements, we've determined this is categorically exempt and it's not subject to any of the exceptions to that exemption. And so our recommendation is that you receive testimony from the public, and then you provide direction to staff, because we did not provide a resolution. So the direction would be to either approve this, approve and modify, or deny. If you choose to deny or modify, please provide reasons for that decision, and we'll include those in the resolution that we'll bring back next week. That concludes the report.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if I can figure out.
Are there any more presentations before we open it up to questions? Can you hear me? I'm sorry, are there any more presentations before I open it up to questions?
Madam Mayor, there isn't any more presentations.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, he is, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Would the applicant like to say anything before we open it up to questions or comments?
And that would be Brent David Frazier for a city clerk.
Okay.
Benefit.
Here we go. Hi. Is this echoing? I'm sorry if it is.
No, it's not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I felt that's a very accurate representation. Pretty much carried over from the meeting that we had with the Planning Commission. There seemed to be a positive and good feeling about it. I know that in terms of the behavior of other ministries, open faith or whatever denominations they've had, there are some Christian, there are some other examples of what are called cannabis churches. We've run across a lot of them, and the distinction I just would make between ours and others that I've seen is that they're not, the belief obviously can't be questioned, but the sincerity factor is something that should be self-evident enough that it's it's clear this is a sincere belief rather than what many others appear to have displayed, at least when I've observed them. My job is to maintain that kind of compliance, and usually I don't have to work very hard at that because the congregation, the members themselves, really appreciate this as a sincere spiritual practice. So the fears, the flags go up around issues like that people have heard about or perhaps seen in other communities. And so my assurance in terms of accepting the conditions and committing to them is that we mean what we say, and we will stand by that commitment. The goal here is to have something that enriches and enlivens and brings a good spiritual aspect that's available to the community should they want to participate. It's not all about the cannabis. The practices are numerous. The sacrament that is used in some of our religious ceremonies is that, and just as there are religions, ayahuasca and peyote and that sort of thing. Even Catholics can give wine to children because it's the blood of Christ. So this belief factor is really the thing that we want to make sure always that it's quite evident that we are very sincere in our practice. And that's it. I think I'm probably repeating myself at this point. So thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public, excuse me, wishing to speak on this item?
There's another hand up, Tracy Sadawatari.
Okay, let's let her go ahead and speak.
Hello, my name is Tracy Sadawatari.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Good evening, Mayor Serta and City Council members. My name is Tracy Sadawatari, and I'm a community organizer with ADAP working in the city of Gardena, and also the chair of an adult coalition, GDAP, Gardena Drug and Alcohol Abuse Prevention Task Force. I'm concerned with the possibility of Happiness Garden Church establishing itself in Gardena because of the close proximity it is to a residential area. It is important that we are conscious and do no harm with our actions, which involves protecting our youth from harmful substances like cannabis. If a child is to attend services at this establishment, they will put at risk of access and exposure to cannabis, and the number one priority should be to protect the youth of the Gardena community as well as its residents. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have another speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see, Jen Harris.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Jen Harris here. I can't even find the words. I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and I want to say thank you all for allowing an opportunity for us to have a public hearing. I am a member of GDAP and also a former Human Services Commissioner. Just growing up in Gardena and my love for the city, I am extremely concerned about this as it's an issue. And Tracy mentioned some of the harms, which thank you, Tracy. I think that was well spoken, and I do agree with some of the things that you mentioned. I'd also like to point out just some thoughts that I have around allowing this church, if the council's decision is to move forward with this church moving into the city, I believe that it will open the door to others or other types of cannabis churches coming into the city, and the potential that this could have, since we already have an ordinance, a municipal code that focuses on not having these types of things, not having cannabis, the cultivation, and some of the other things. I also feel like it's a workaround for the Gardena Municipal Code that we currently have. And I think this, again, may open doors to other folks trying to come in to have opportunities to use cannabis in the city, in group settings. Additionally, what happens when someone who visits the location leaves under the influence of cannabis? How is that being regulated to make sure they aren't getting behind the wheel of a car? There is a huge community impact when it comes to that. We've previously talked at council meetings about the impact of cannabis use on brain development, the impact that it can have on communities. And I know that what was said is that they can provide assurance, but unfortunately people have free will, or not unfortunately, but people do have free will and they have the ability to make decisions. And so you can't control other people's actions, and this may prove to cause more harms than it would benefits to our community. So I'll just stop there and just thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, any other speakers?
No, Madam Mayor, we have no other speakers.
Okay. All right, does any member of the council have, I'm sorry, refresh my memory. Did I open this hearing already or not? I'm sorry. We did initially open the hearing? I just want to make sure.
You did,
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So does any member of the council have any questions at this time?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead with Paula first.
Okay, so I have a question about required parking. I understand that there's 7 spaces required for the sanctuary because the 250 square foot of sanctuary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and is there a, so what is the actual membership of the church when it's open?
It's been represented to us that there would be 8 to 9 people there, but they didn't tell us the membership.
Okay, so 8 to 9 people at each meeting?
That's probably a question you should direct to the applicant.
Well, whosoever can answer, I'd be happy to to that individual. Who would that
Councilwoman
be?
Francis, can you hold on one second? Becky or Madam City Clerk, can we have the applicant present just in case on screen? In case like her Councilwoman Francis' question is probably directed towards him. Maybe you can answer that question if our
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman, go ahead. What's your question?
I was asking about the number of parking spaces that were available. That according to the municipal code, there's required of 7 spaces for a 250 square foot sanctuary. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct.
Okay, and I also asked a question of what was the actual membership of the church?
Do you mean how many members do we have?
Yes.
We have not been able to open and operate. So, but the practices are meant for smaller groups. It's not a large congregation church. And also we addressed the decisions that we made about attendance would be in keeping with COVID for a long-term period, so that we didn't have collectively a lot of people without some of the safeguards that are in place now for groups now that things are opening back up. But I think that our tendency has always been to want to have smaller groups because there's a more sort of a high level of focus rather than the kind of impersonal distractions that can come in worship when there's a lot of people, bodies, attention spans going here, there, and everywhere. I mean, I've gone to mass every Sunday that I can remember since I was a kid, and I and sometimes there's a focus and sometimes there's not. And I just want to I understand. I have worked in recovery. I've managed sober living homes. I understand the fears and you know, that warning about what it is felt cannabis sales and activities might do. And I agree, cannabis sales and activities and ways that dispensaries function would not be good. I think actually there's a supposed ministry somewhere in Gardena operating illegally, and they are doing what those people from GDAP are talking about. We don't do that. I just want that to be clear. And so we're a small group. We are worshipful, and cannabis is a sacrament that is involved in some of our activities. We're not giving it to children, and just like a bar or any other establishment that has something that we fear would create some problem with someone behind the wheel, we have practices in place for the length of time, the amounts, all of that stuff. We're highly super conscious of these things, and it is our duty to the community to maintain that kind of responsibility. So that's it. I appreciate the time to address that. If there are any other questions, please do direct them at me.
Well, yes, I'm asking about the number of people that attend each service. I understand there's more than one.
Right. As Mr. McLean had said, there are 8 to 9, and that may mean that there are 4 or 5, maximum 8 to 9, and likely the comfortable, in my experience, our comfortable number for groups in services attending indoors would be 6 to 8 maximum anyway. So we don't yet have a membership number.
But I'm sure you have, as most churches would, you have some projection in terms of membership. You know, if you and maybe a couple of friends might attend, but you say there are 8 to 9, but there are 7 spaces. As I understand it, 3 of those spaces go to staff. And so that really only leaves about 4 spaces. So 4 people will be able to park on the premises. Where would the other 4 or 5 park? Because there's
that's assuming that the other 4 or 5 have vehicles. Okay. And I don't know that they do, and I don't know that they don't.
Okay. Parking might possibly be a problem.
Anything possible.
Yeah, anything possible. Yes. And so about the dimensions of the parking space, I took a look at them, and there was a truck that was actually parked in one of the spaces, and the rear, the bumper part. Am I asking an okay question? Because the bumper of the truck, it wasn't a large truck. It was a very small, the truck size we're making now, but the bumper was barely able to accommodate the parking space. So
I'm not sure of that. The dimensions of our parking spaces allow us, they meet city code.
Well, actually, they were repainted. As I understand it, they were, the parking spaces were a different design configuration, and they were repainted to go parallel so that they would accommodate the code. And actually, so they were these were brand. I just happened to be there today, and I see your signs are already up and everything. As a matter of fact, I thought you were already open because you had the signs up and handicap space and the parks. I was just wondering about the dimensions, because if they do we have requirements for dimensions of parking spaces?
We do. This this property has a lot of nonconformities, and parking is one of them. So before we finalize the plans, we have to figure out which things will be allowed to be nonconforming. I know the backup is nonconforming, for example. I believe they're showing something like 18 feet, whereas it currently is even less because they have 90-degree parking the last time I saw it, and it's angled parking now to make it a little bit longer. But 9 feet is the width of the parking spaces.
Only the 3 in the back are what you said. The other ones are right alongside of the building.
Yeah. Yeah, there are standard dimensions for those, but when you have an old building that had parking already, those spaces would be grandfathered in as non-conforming, and they cannot bring them up to code entirely in most cases, and that's permissible.
They'll get a pass on the parking because it can't be brought up to code.
In most cases, they cannot. Now, to the extent they can, they will be.
All right, let me ask another question. So I read somewhere in the report that that when in-person services occur, that there's something that goes on with the sister churches. They all come together at this particular location. Would that increase the number of people in attendance, or would you only how would you accommodate sister churches to come and participate in the service?
I'm not sure what you read or where you read it, but that's not accurate.
It says something about sister churches come together to visit. They come together for some particular, I don't know if it was a festival or some type of programming.
We had an idea that for charity benefits and fundraising events that we would have multi-ministry events that would not take place at this. Our building wouldn't accommodate that. So we had meant renting a public venue or perhaps getting a permit for a park for benefit events, just like anyone else would do to hold that kind of a gathering.
So you wouldn't hold any type of gatherings beyond the 4, 5, 6 or 7 members that would attend.
Right. We're only doing what the conditions allow for, and our idea is, we're coming. It's I suppose a big ask on this because we're asking for, we're making all good faith efforts and asking that there be a positive response to that. So meeting the conditions is priority one, because why would we not want to do that and verify that this can be carried out well, that it can be all of the things that we believe that it could be, especially for the demographic and
I just want you to do it. Well, I want to assure you that I'm not asking any questions that I've been asked of other churches. I was around when Gardena Valley Baptist was planning an expansion remodel, and parking was certainly an issue. And we required them, I don't know, Ms. McLean, you guys haven't been around as long as I have, but we did require them to come up with a parking plan to accommodate overflow, because as I told them at that time, churches have a divine mandate to grow. You're not supposed to remain small. You're supposed to grow. It's just how it goes. It's a, kind of like a natural requirement. So before we, is it possible that you could come up with that kind of parking plan? Because like I said, it's very dense in that particular area. And the parking you have right now, even if the staff wanted to have some friends to visit, you'd be able to hardly accommodate them. So I'm just wondering, what's your plan for that? Or can we ask you to come up with a parking plan? And
yes.
While we're at it, now that's another question. How, I know that building is not free. Do you own that building?
No, we have rented it from Dr. Joseph Jackson. He was a physical therapist. It was a physical therapy facility for many, many years. He's about 95 years old.
How does the church support itself? How do you raise money to pay your bills?
Well, we've had funding so far just to get through this period of this application for the CUP. One of our members does business in Japan. One of our leaders, Susumu, does business in Japan. He's a businessman there. And Kei Hoshino has a custom sort of one of those beautifully designed motorcycle shops that he owns that's out in Las Vegas. So through those efforts and other activities in their lives, we have been able to sustain this because the building and the community was something that we just felt was just right for what we wanted. So it's been very expensive because we haven't been able to receive donation for and the practices that generally churches will be able to sustain themselves when they can do that. So
see, well, the reason I asked is that I'm sorry, I just have my personal church from my experience, and the way we pay our bills is we collect tithes. We call tithes.
Yeah.
And so do you also collect tithes and offerings?
Well, like I was just saying, we can't. We can't yet because we are not operating.
But when you do?
We will, yes.
You will. So you're collecting from the 7 or 8 people that attend the worship service. So you'll collect a tithe or offering from them?
Well, yeah, they don't even necessarily have to, they can donate if they want to when they attend. No one has to donate anything. And the idea is that we can be sustained not just in what is collected in person, through membership in their attendance on the days that they attend. It's not solely that. We'll be seeking donations from many sources.
So will you seek donations from as I say, at my church, and I'm sorry, I just only have, my own personal experience to draw from. So, we pay tithes and offerings, to support the church and pay the lights, keep the lights on, to pay the gas bill, air conditioning, all of that. And, but if people, whether they pay or not, we still get to participate in all the rights and privileges of the church. What happens if people come to your church and sit there and they never make a donation? They still get to participate?
Yes, of course.
No matter how long?
We are compassion based. Yes, that is the point. We don't turn anyone away from healing and from spiritual practice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they still get to participate whether they were able to make donations to the church or not. Is that correct?
This is not a quid pro quo operation.
No, my church isn't either. Whether they can even sit for years. In fact, we have.
And that's the intent. And so yeah, what you're describing is our MO. Also, people can donate, but they don't have to, and all are offered services and provided services if they want that.
And you're a 501(c) nonprofit organization. Is that? Did I hear you say that as well?
Sacramento Life Churches is a 501(c)(3) that was granted in May of I believe 2020, and so the ministries that are under that, essentially all churches, whether they actually apply for and register for 501(c)(3, according to the IRS code, the US code, they are automatically exempt. Churches are. So they're automatically 501(c)(3. And that is if they meet 9 of 14 characteristics under Title 26. So yeah. Mm-hmm. But we've actually registered and been designated 501(c)(3 by the federal government.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you so much for answering my questions. For now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
But again, I am very concerned about the parking, and I do really believe, because there is a mandate for you to grow. You're not supposed to remain small with just 7 or 8 members. You are supposed to grow, and I'm just wondering how will you accommodate the parking? Because there's very little limited. There are apartment buildings all around there, very limited. And with the very small spaces right where you are,
well, sometimes, as I've seen, places have easements that or agreements that they make. Certainly on days that businesses aren't functioning and the parking lot is empty, There will be a sharing of space. There's a communal feeling, when a lot of people are cramped for parking at certain businesses or establishments, entities in an area, they can work together. Whether that's the way we do it, or whether we do, whether we buy a parking lot down the way and shuttle people in, or whatever. The intent has been, since we had the planning commission meeting, the intent has been to address all of the issues that needed to be changed or upgraded or modified or whatever. But when I talked to John Signo with the planning department, he said, let's wait, get past the city council meeting, and then start to do things based on the input that we get from this particular meeting. So that's kind of where we are. We've held off to take our cues from the city.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Well, I did, Madam Mayor, but Council Member Francis, she asked the three questions that I was going to ask. She addressed it already.
I get a different answer, so go ahead.
I drove by and I kind of parked across the street to just see, the traffic wise. And I noticed their sign too, it's up. I was wondering if they are in a business or not. That's my concern was, and she asked that question too. The parking was an issue. How many staff members at one time will be there? And the congregation members, if the 8 or 9, and then now we have a big issue with the parking. Plus, residential, close by, proximately with the hospital, people will park too as well. So it's a jammed intersection over there, pretty much. That's my concern is too, as far as the church. So other than that, Council Member Francis asked the questions.
So, Councilmember Kiskinen, hold on a second. I guess this question will be directed at Greg. So, Councilmember Francis mentioned this, and now Kiskinen. Can they have their sign up whether or not we approve the CUP or not? I mean, they have a sign up now. Is that allowed?
Yeah, they can have a sign. It doesn't mean that they are allowed to have the business or anything. I mean, a sign is just a expression of First Amendment, basically.
Okay, and then again, the question was asked by Councilmember Cascade as far as it relates to staff, and I feel like we really got a clear answer from Mr. Frazier here. So exactly how many staff people will be on site, for instance, on a regular basis? And when I say staff, I'm also referring to ministers or whoever's in charge. Can you give us a better, clear number?
Actually, we just strictly go by the requirements of the municipal code, and the municipal code just says the parking for a church or any other kind of religious institution is based strictly on the square footage of the sanctuary. And that's it. So even though the rest of the building is offices and may have staff, for all religious institutions, regardless of denomination, it's based strictly on the square footage of the sanctuary. So the reality of how many staff are on site or how many ministers or associate ministers or whatever is not strictly a consideration that we have to take into consideration, because the municipal code does not require us to do that.
Got it. Okay. Are there any other questions before we open it up to the public? Because I think somebody from the public has their hand raised.
One more question, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Frazier.
Okay.
Mr. Frazier, let's say I'm going to be a member of the congregation. So anybody is welcome to attend. Do you have a limit for your, for your membership that, we cannot take more than this many people, or anybody is welcome as many as they can?
Well, can I answer?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
The question is for you, yeah.
We wouldn't limit membership, but we would have to limit attendance. We're not going to have 80 people come, but we don't practice as such anyway. When we're talking about meditation and and sound healing and chakra work. And, there's even a tradition of reciting verses, kind of like poetry and stuff like that. They're for much smaller groups, and it's an intimate, connective kind of a situation. Now, if we want to have, if people want to go online to Instagram and become a member through the web, and we could have 8 million members around the world or something like that, well, then that's a different story. But we will limit the attendance of however many people at a time. So it would be fine if we had up to 8 people, but not more, perhaps 9, and that would be including staff. So we, a minister and an associate minister, perhaps within the building. But then, and so for that period of services, that would be okay. Then we can, do a number of those throughout the day, so that we can accommodate many members, just not all at once. In the way that a yoga studio that does meditation and yoga has groups that come in stages for different periods of time throughout the day, from when they open until when they close down, which is kind of along the lines.
So if I attend your service and I decide to stay there for like 6 hours, or I'm just meditating or something, do I have a time limit? That are you going to tell me that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There is other attendees. They're going to come. Like the church. You can go to church. You can stay all day long if you want. But because you have a certain limits, attendees, are you going to ask the people to say, "I'm sorry, you have to leave because I have another people coming in," or how is it going to work out?
Well, I certainly hadn't anticipated that, and I've never encountered someone wanting to stay 6 hours. I'd be honored if they did want to, but I would have to ask that if they're taking the place of another person who needs healing and they've received services, that they have the general spirit of compassion that allows for other people to come in behind them and to have the same treatment and receive the same services that they have. I don't think that generally we have people that are prone to a selfish kind of attitude where they want to do whatever they want to do and not think of others. So the whole, part of our code is loving tolerance and loving service to others. So.
Okay, I was just concerned, because you have a limited, attendees. That's why, So that was my concern. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Thank you, Mr. Frazier, for coming in front of the council. A couple of questions I have in regards to storage of the edibles, tonics, salves, aroma herbs. How do you store that stuff?
Well, I'm no specialist. That's not my particular line. But what we do try to have is guidelines in terms of our effect on the public. One of the things before I took up, a greater leadership role, is what I would hear from that there had been, say, places that were dispensaries. I had heard that if they were close to a neighborhood, that the people could smell it. It was bothersome to some people. And so that a method of, in my mind, I thought, well, you'd have to have a method of storage. Everything that you do, you have to find a way that you would harmonize with the community. And in terms of tonics and salves, only as they relate to practices. We don't carry like when you go into the dispensary and they have all these display cases with all this stuff and these candy colored and flavored and whatever, all that stuff. That's not our gig. So the amounts would be minimal, and it's my I would emphasize to our ministers and our associate ministers that we create a situation that doesn't make, that makes that be non-offensive to the area around. You know, we do have a large enough space that we can create something that would work to maintain that kind of balance with, you know, not everyone likes it, but we're not talking about having, you know, pounds and pounds and pounds of cannabis. We just don't, our practices don't require that much of the sacrament.
Okay, next question I have in regards to how do members perform their aroma blessings? How is that actually executed in worship?
Well, we have and the aromatherapies are not necessarily having anything to do with cannabis. Just like the sound, you know, they're sound baths. There's stuff that's visualization and many things. The aromatherapies are for people who are practitioners who are trained in that. We've had the experience that people really like aromatherapies in terms of for their healing, not through cannabis, but through the oils that they will use that might be an oil of frankincense or myrrh or sandalwood or and there's a meditative aspect, and some people do those with body work, and it depends on the practitioner and their specialty, but we will you know, that's what we're making available. So it's you would find that the aromas and the therapies have more to do with on an individual basis. That's why the number of bureaus that we have in the facility make it so that if a person or two want to participate with a practitioner on a more individual basis or a smaller, a duo or something like that, they're able to do that separate from the main sanctuary without crowding the whole place.
Okay, next question I have for you in regards to, could you explain to the council, and myself especially, the experience that you and Mr. McNeil and Mr. Pappas had in the city of Redondo Beach and how that was going?
Well, in Redondo Beach, we had known of many years ago. There was a couple of guys. They were doing, you know, their thing, and Matt Pappas and I were working together. We've been friends pretty much our whole lives. Since we were about 10 years old. So we really focused together on this being something different than all of the things that had gotten created stigma. Well, these guys came to us and they were the stigma. They were seaside alternative healing or something like that. And they got in, they weren't compliant with the city. They didn't go through any of this process. They didn't try to fit themselves to the community or anything like that. They were rogue and brazen, and it's not a wonder that they got a lot of attention. They split up eventually, and this guy, Jose Luna, had a group. They came and they wanted to do it in what they called the right way. And we came with the code enforcement officer. I can't remember her name right now. And she was very open, and she's, you know, she just wanted to see permits and real work, licensed contractors, et cetera. And so I stood there and I agreed, and they agreed with me. And then when I wasn't there, they proceeded to, the architect was too expensive. They let him go, and they didn't carry through on a whole bunch of stuff. So we got into it again with the city, and I told the woman, I think her name might have been Norma, that you know, you know, we let them go, and I sort of felt responsible for their falling out of what the agreements were that we had made for the city to you know, want to allow that church to be there. And so we went at them again, and they just kind of weaseled around, and eventually we did essentially what you would call excommunication, where we stopped working with them. They're no longer a law client, and they're not within our organization of churches. If they're, I don't even know if they're still calling themselves whatever they were calling themselves. I haven't spoken to that group of people or any one of the individuals in that group for probably more than a year now, because there are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. And so when they don't, that's a will not. And we can't, what happens when someone does that and calls themselves their little ministry one of us, they make a face that everyone will see. And when that face is not the face that we want to present to the public, they can't be a part of what we're doing, because then you get a reputation or a stigma that carries into another community, and has bad marks before we even can have a chance at making good marks. So I don't know where they are in their process, but my wish was that Redondo Beach would firmly shut them down.
Oh, Seaside was shut down, and then Sacramento Life Church of Redondo Beach.
Yeah, no, I'm talking. That's what I'm talking.
Seaside is gone. Seaside is gone.
No, I understand that.
Right,
I understand that.
But you guys are now SLC of Redondo Beach.
Yeah, we are not.
You are not.
We are not. That's what I'm trying to explain.
The HGK group is not part of the SLC Redondo Beach.
Sacramento Life Churches has ministries that that meet our requirements in terms of practices and compliances. Redondo Beach is not one of those. That's why they are no longer represented by Matt legally, and they are no longer included in Sacramento Life Churches. If they are still calling themselves that, there's not much that I can do. But like I said, when we came to an impasse, they have been excommunicated from our group.
Okay, and so I got a couple other questions, but I'll summarize. In regards to the Articles of Incorporation of Sacramento Life Church, so you're on the Articles of Incorporation with the state of California, but HGK is going to be a subsidiary of that, with Mr. Papiston being on that board, or could you explain that to me?
Well, neither Matt nor I sit on the board. We're not officers of in any capacity. We are advisory and we direct, but we don't hold. I am in charge of the charities that we fund, in communities through, like we had a church in Big Bear, one with whom we made quite a good amount of ground in Superior Court of California with Judge Dave Cohn, declaring this a bona fide religion, and that the practices, if they were a blessing of cannabis into sacrament, is just as equal to the blessing of wine into the blood of Jesus Christ. And that church in Big Bear provided care to veterans. They did food drives, clothing drives. They did school drives. They had every Thursday they had a free meal that they offered for the homeless people in the community. What you call a soup kitchen, but that doesn't really ring quite true. It was better than that. That's what I mean. And so, so they are, HGK is aligned with the principles of Sacramento Life Churches and our practices. And if they keep in that alignment, then they can remain included in our family of ministries. And if they don't, just like Redondo, then they would have to go also. We don't, you can't own a church or a nonprofit. No one does. And so but we serve as directors and advocates and advisors where the need arises. HGK isn't really a subsidiary. I haven't applied for the kind of status with 501c3 where a group, you can have an individual entity and you can have a group of entities. We haven't gone to that degree. And I don't believe that we need to, since HGK on its own, if it practices, the majority of the 14 points that are laid out by the IRS for 501c3 status for churches, they would never have to go and apply for a 501c3. It's granted automatically. So, so that's.
So you're not on the SLC Articles of Incorporation of Nonprofit?
No.
Okay.
There was a time when I I would either be incorporated or I've been secretary for some on the paperwork. And what started to happen is that they started to target whatever names they could come up with. And this is back when we were having to go through our growing pains with entities and the leaders of entities that would not comply with the sincerity factor. And so in that time, it was very difficult, and we were getting attacked, rightfully so, because these ministries would not do what we told them to do. And so then there'd be legal complications, on and on and on. That's why we just broke away from those like that quite some time ago, a couple of years back.
Is there a lawsuit pending with SLC blank versus SLC of Redondo Beach, since they have your name in their name?
No, we're not a part of anything Redondo Beach is doing. We're not there. We do not, general counsel for SLC does not represent Redondo. We haven't spoken to them, like I said, in probably over a year. And whatever they're doing, they are rogue. If they're still calling themselves Sacramento Life Church of Redondo, then I can't make them not do that, and I'm not going to go sue them. It's not worth my time or trouble, and it distracts from paying attention to the ones that are operating in the right way.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm done. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay. I have a couple of questions myself here, and this is for the applicant. So let's just say I were to go to your church and I brought my child with me, my 7 or 8-year-old child. Would they be allowed to come in? Because you guys are.
Well, that would be up to you if you wanted to. If you wanted that to be a part of the knowledge that your child has. I know that when I was a kid, 7 or 8 years old, and my mom was in college, and there were a lot of people, obviously, in the early 70s, just using marijuana and that sort of stuff, and it was around. There were musicians and creative people and writers and all of that when she was studying to get her master's degree in education, and so I knew of cannabis.
Okay, that's fine. You've answered that. So would a child under 18, unaccompanied by adult, be able to come into your facility?
They can come in, but in terms of whether they participate because if they come in, if a parent takes them in, that's the parent's responsibility. If they want to.
No. If somebody under 18, if they were 17 and wanted to come in and practice.
No, they wouldn't be able to participate in those ceremonies, at least not with sacrament. Because if they had a true and verifiable medical condition, like something serious that they use cannabis for their healing, say perhaps any of the things that are treated like cancer or Parkinson's or those kinds of things, though we rarely ever run across that. We have been We have made compassionate donations to veterans groups and Parkinson's groups and
No, sir, I'm just speaking specifically coming into
right.
your.
I'm just saying, yeah, our practice is not to have 17-year-olds coming in and participating. When they become adults and can make that adult decision according to the law, then but yeah, we're really more on the side of being erring on the side of being overly cautious rather than not cautious enough, where running afoul of the law may be concerned.
Okay. So that being said, when a person comes to your service and you're giving them the cannabis and you're blessing it, how often can a person come and keep getting it? Can they come every day and you give it to them? And
If
do they?
Yeah, we don't.
Give an offering for it?
If they come and attend services every day, if they come, you know, as many people have a medicine they take every day. But this, you know, cannabis sacrament is a mind, body, and spirit healing. This is a systemic.
Okay, so just, if you can just answer for me.
I'm just saying.
If a person were to come every day and they want to participate in receiving cannabis, would you give it to them every day without, and do they have to make an offering or a donation?
No, they don't have to make an offering. And the cannabis is incorporated in practices. So it's not, you don't just drop by the church and get your cannabis and leave. It's practice based. It's really more about how we are behaviorally than it is about going and picking up your weed. They can go to a dispensary for that, if that's what they're after.
You're giving it away for free.
Well, then that'll be their own affair.
Okay. So that being said, because you guys
if
keep
someone, what we would want to do is to have people who come and maybe they don't know much about the spiritual aspects of cannabis. We, in terms of part of being missionary, is to you know, essentially evangelize in whatever way that means. And so we would want people to become more educated about the spiritual aspect and spiritual healing. If they are not, and it seems to be not fitting with the practices of the group and not harmonious, we have asked that people go find another ministry where their behavior resembles more of whatever place they may find, or to, you know, but the idea of having someone who just gets to do whatever they want whenever they want is really not how we're designed. You know, so that the whole purpose is that we all have a social contract within the group that we are sharing in a common goal, in a common practice. So if someone's just wanting to come and do their own thing and hang out and get some weed and split, like I said, I would ask them nicely, either get involved in the things that we're doing spiritually, or I would suggest that they go find some place where they don't have to do that because they're not wanting to do it anyway.
Okay. And I'll come back to that in just a second.
Madam Mayor, before you go, Madam Mayor, because I still was confused on something. So because having been a youth, getting on the church bus and going to church without my parents being there and everything, so that was inclusive. So Mr. Fraser, just correct me. If I decide to just show up as a minor to get some spiritual uplift, I can't participate in everything because I'm not 18?
How would you know? Do you check ID?
Yeah.
You do check identification when people come to the church?
Yeah, we have to know, we comply with the law unless there is some special dispensation made for a member who has a particular problem that needs to be addressed and they are under the age, the adult age, then we would talk about it, we would consider it, but we're, you know, so we would say, I mean, perhaps a parent or a guardian could co-sign in the membership and say that they would like for their child to be able to receive the sacrament because it's the only thing that makes a difference with whatever affliction they've got occurring in them. That would, you know, if they had a parent or guardian, we'd probably think that that was okay. But we're dealing with something that it's just like I wouldn't do it with a sweat lodge and a peyote practice. I wouldn't do it with ayahuasca and the trip that takes, or ibogaine, or any of these things. They're not. It's too. It's the kind of thing that a maturity and an approach of maturity must be had. So if a member grows into that and has parental consent, and some kind of waiver or something like that, then that's the decision that's made in their family, and we'll accept that. But we're not just going to be having teenagers coming in off the streets, like the Catholic Church will do with wine. We're not going to do that.
Well, a minor with a marijuana medical card comes in your place, you'll give it to them?
If someone wants to participate, if it doesn't look, if it appears to be legitimate, I'm pretty skeptical of the medical card industry myself. So I would want to scrutinize it for reasons other than spiritual reasons, and also for spiritual reasons.
Okay, so here's the other question I have. You guys are going to keep so much of this cannabis on site. Is there any kind of security in place for any of that? I mean, because I know other places like dispensaries, places like that, I mean, they have security because.
Right, yeah. Some modifications were made to the building already for security purposes because, it doesn't even, places that have cannabis, places that have a number of things get knocked off all the time, either by competition or by just regular thieves and criminals, because they think that there's lots of money in it. But there will be security. And as I had said before, I think it was in talking with Councilmember Henderson, we're not storing great amounts of sacrament in the way that a commercial operation needs to, because we don't use that much sacrament.
Well, give me an idea how much you would be storing. I'm just curious.
Well, I'm really bad with so I'm not a.
Well, can you try? Just give us a rough spot, because that makes a big difference in whether or not you get approved or not, because I would need to know.
Right.
The storage is in our ordinance.
Storage is what? In your what? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
It's in our ordinance as far as storage. So can you give us a rough estimate of how much you would be storing? What do you anticipate you would use in a month's time?
Gosh, I really don't have the numbers on that. But maybe the easier way around is to go by what your dictates already are. So we would meet your requirement rather than do any guesswork. If there's a limit that we must not exceed, then we would wouldn't that be the most harmonious way to go about this?
Can we pull up in the PowerPoint just a moment ago, there was this one slide that spoke to our ordinance as far as storage and so on, distribution. Can we pull that one slide up just for a moment here?
While Greg is pulling that, and can we find out too what kind of modification was done on the building to secure the cannabis?
What's that?
So, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Fritz, I got another question. Because you can be over the age of 8 to be a Buddhist, and Buddhist temples really don't require you to bring an ID to show that you're over the age of 8. I go to any church, Kingdom Hall, you name it, mosque, nobody's asking for my ID to come in and worship and be part of the ceremony and get some spiritual uplift. Why is this location requiring me to show ID to improve my spirit?
We ask that members be identifiable so that we know, one of the things that happens is that in certain cities, depending on the community and their the position they want to take against cannabis, they don't think of it as religious. They don't think of it, they don't respect it spiritually. And police will, and officials will subjectively evaluate a belief system and come in aggressively on a raid or something like that. And so there are things that have to do with secular practices where cannabis is concerned that we adhere to because we don't want to raise the ire of any of the city officials, the police agencies, or any of that when they see that when they see us a certain way, if we just comply with some simple things and harmonize with their wants and needs, then we can that creates a furtherance of our mission of healing. So it's a matter of, we made decisions a long time ago that where these things are secular in nature, we're going to comply with them anyway because they create less friction for police agencies or people who don't yet understand that this is a spiritual practice.
But I have to be 18 to come do that, though. I can't just be 15 years old and decide I want to give my life over to the entity of my choice. I have to bring you ID to verify that, right?
Well, we have to know if you're, like I said, and there's a law, right, on the books that's a secular law that's about who can be what age and get cannabis. And though our cannabis, just like wine is not wine in the Catholic Church, it's the blood of Jesus Christ. And so a 14-year-old can drink it.
It's actually grape juice, but yeah.
Well, you see, but it's not grape juice. It's blessed into the blood of Jesus Christ. Now that to many people might sound pretty out there, but they believe it. And I've been to communion numerous times. They still do use wine. But my point is, that's not something we question in the Catholic Church because it's a majority religion. It's popular, and they've been doing it for a really long time. We're new. We're a minority religion, and not that popular yet. So this process of keeping ourselves in line with the sensibilities of a community from a secular standpoint means that we get to keep our doors open, that we may help more people to suffer less through the healing. And so, do we do this perfectly? I mean, you're asking me a specific question. I'd like to give you the right answer, but frankly, it's a discretionary measure, and I don't know who you are when you're telling me you're walking up and you're 15. I don't know what your attitude is. I don't know if I don't know of your sincerity because I don't have any experience with you. And so those are the things that I would want to collect in my relationship. People can be there's a kind of a membership that is sort of like an auditing that people can do. We get to know them, they get to know us. They don't want necessarily to join up automatically, So this is a process it's a process of people, individuals and souls. And some people are really not right for membership in our ministries because they just want a place where they get cheaper weed, and that's a disservice to the rest of the people who are there.
Mr. Frazier, you said people just want to come because they just want cheaper weed?
Yeah, people who want cheap weed go to places where they can get it, and if they think that they can get it at one of our churches, we've run into them before. And they're pretty obvious, and we ask that they go somewhere else if that's their motivation. If their motivation is to commune spiritually and be involved in what our membership does, well, then that's fine. But yeah, potheads are out there trying to find cheap weed everywhere you go. But that's not what we're doing. That's not who we are.
I guess, Mr. Frazier, my confusion is, so I got baptized under the age of 18, and I wasn't a troubled youth or anything like that. But I decided that's what I needed to do to align my spirit. But in this instance, if I'm in any sort of pain, mental, physical, emotional, or whatever, I have to show you my ID to participate in the process that I believe that will help me spiritually.
I don't like it any better than you do. But we are trying to stay in harmony with secular entities in the cities that like to see these things happen. And we do that as a concession so that we may further our mission.
Christians don't turn anybody away.
Right.
Mr. Frazier, so if I'm looking at this slide here where it speaks to cannabis on here, and it references storing. Now, this question is for our community development director. Is there a limit on here when we talk about storing, or is it just any storing period?
Are you asking me, do we?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I start off asking the question to you, but this is to our community development director, where it says commercial cannabis activity means the cultivation, possession, manufacturing, distribution, processing, storing, laboratory testing, et cetera. My question to our community development director, when we say storing, are we saying if it's under a certain amount that it's okay for a church or somebody to have it? Or do we just say storing period? You can't, that's not allowed.
While you were talking, I was looking through the municipal code section on cannabis, and the only references to storage I found were in relation to personal cultivation.
Okay.
Otherwise, all other forms of cannabis are just prohibited. And this is, of course, this would be an exception because it's a church.
Okay. And then I'm also looking at here, when we say distribution, to distribute just means to give or share. So, and we can take the screen down, Greg, if you like. So during the practice that you guys are doing, Mr. Frazier, when you're giving this to a person and blessing them, and basically you're still distributing this. And in my opinion, that still, falls against what our code is saying. You're storing it, you're giving it to people.
Yeah, I guess I hear what you're saying, except that if 7-Eleven set up a table and asked for teenagers to come and have a sip of wine, the police would show up, they'd be shut down, and felonies would be charged for providing liquor to minors. And when you go into a church, that doesn't occur. And in my opinion, they're the same. But my opinion is not what determines what the spiritual practice is. I can't subjectively evaluate the belief system. It's against the law for me to do that.
Okay. So here's my last question I have for you. I know you mentioned in the beginning that this process now, leasing this building and waiting to open is kind of costly, and you have somebody right now who's fronting the money for it, so to speak. They're paying for all of this now. Once you guys open, if you're not charging anybody for the cannabis, how long is this other entity going to keep doing that for?
The other entity is not another entity. The two people, the guys who are Japanese and wanted to do a Shinto church because because it's part of their cultural heritage, and that. Lots of things go into that, including hemp and things that are not psychoactively related. So they wanted to do that as part of their cultural heritage. They had lives previous to doing this. They had businesses and ways that they support themselves and their families and all of that. And that's what's gone into the sustenance of the church through this process, so that we could get the location and try to meet all the requirements for Gardena, so that we could open, in the right way, rather than what, I've seen other people do, like in Redondo, for instance, what Mr. Henderson was doing. They just went ahead and opened. So we decided really not to do that. This was very important to us to have, to fit ourselves to the community, to offer something that could be a healing service for the demographic being largely Japanese around that area. We thought that this would, those guys, Susumu and Kei Hoshino, thought that would be a good thing to offer. And so, and we believed in their sincerity. And so that's just sort of where we took this.
Okay.
Mr. Fraser.
Mark, give me 1 second. 1 second. So it just doesn't seem like, well, but what you're saying, like this business really isn't the church really isn't gonna make any money as far as how you're gonna be able to sustain it, because if you're giving away the cannabis, you're blessing it based on the services and so on. People aren't required to give any type of donations, tithing,
but people
or
do.
anything.
But people are very happy to give donations. They really are. They want to sustain the church because the communal practices are what they are there for. So if the church goes away, they don't get to practice and commune together. So they know that the church must be sustained by donations, and so that's how all of them succeed.
Okay. All right, Mark, go ahead. You had a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Mr. Fraser, so in regards, because you keep making the comparison to what happens in Christianity, and even when it was a minor religion before it became a major religion, when we take communion or we take our Sunday service or communion or whatever you want to call it, the church is still not giving youth wine. It's grape juice, and we're going through a ritual. So it's not like it's real wine. So you keep saying that what you're going to be doing is akin to what's happening currently in other majority religions. So how do you juxtapose that? Because that's still kind of, I'm stuck on that. It's not clear for me.
I know that some churches do use grape juice, but I know that plenty do still use wine. There's no moratorium on the use of wine blessed into the blood of Jesus Christ that I know of. So I understand and I agree with you. Some places realize they don't need to use wine, but there are churches that still do use wine in the Catholic faith. And so, but my point is not to, I'm not evaluating whether that's their belief. I don't question that. What the Catholics do, and I'm Catholic, so on one side and Episcopal on the other, and both of those have the same 7 sacraments and do the same things. So so I hear what you're saying, but let me try to, I guess, express again, when we made our decisions about how we would operate and how we offer services and what that means for the spiritual practices, and also being, we're not turning people away from healing. But we do have an issue where we don't want to run afoul of, not the law necessarily, because we can't run afoul of the law. There's no commerce around our cannabis. It's inexorably tied to a spiritual event. But the police don't necessarily know that. The police don't necessarily know all of the things that the First Amendment or the California Constitution itself in Article 1, Section 4 is stronger language than even our U.S. Constitution. So, and there are states that have their own religious freedom restoration acts for their individual state, and the laws around RLUIPA and all that stuff. Police don't necessarily know that, and so what we want to do is not attract negative attention first. And so the way that we found we would make the compromise is to fit ourselves to something that would at least not attract negative attention first, and to have that be our first impression. And for the greater good, that's how we weighed it out. If the greater good is that we serve more people, lovingly and compassionately, that's the greater good. And so a number run into the areas that you've mentioned, where there are these exceptions to just your regular attendee adult going in and being spiritual and all of that are sort of these, instances that may not be your everyday run-of-the-mill member participation. Then we have to accept that we're going to have to keep in line with something that still sustains a greater good, and there may be, but we're not going to turn anyone away from attending. We're not going to say someone can't be a part of our spiritual community. We're not going to, and if we can figure out a way to get to allow every person and find a way for every individual on an individual basis to be included. We're not about exclusion. That's why we're open faith. You don't have to be Shinto. You don't have to be Buddhist. You just have to have an open mind,
Mr. Frazier, got another question, and I know we've been beating this up to death, but in regards to your selection of where to go to provide spiritual service for a community, when that discussion was being had with your leadership, your lay leadership, or whomever, how was the city of Gardena picked in your rubric of, we think the people here need to be served the most because they're going to hell the quickest and they're the most stressed out community in Lake County.
We didn't
so
have
how did you guys come up with that? Out of 88 cities in Lake County, you just saw Gardena seems to be great.
Yeah, we didn't have any kind of talk like you just said about Gardena being broken and needing, any of that. There was no negative connotation to our wanting to be of service in Gardena. But there was the issue of finding a building that could work for a ministry. And we looked around. I was in charge of that. Essentially, it took me about a year to finally run across the one in Normandy. And I'd seen lots of different places. Kay lives in Torrance, and so he wanted to see if we could have a place that wouldn't mean a long commute for him, and also that had more of was more culturally dense with his ethnic heritage, and so we looked in those areas, and what it came down to was finding a building that really worked in Gardena. And liking its location and liking its capacity and liking that it had kind of functioned as a healing place previous to our being there. And so it fit other requirements. It really wasn't landing on Gardena saying, wow, Gardena really needs our help. It wasn't that specifically. It was a matter of, first of all, what building can you get? What can you afford? And how close can you get it to, so that the ministers and associate ministers will be able to service it without undue efforts having to be spent in that service.
Mark, he said earlier they picked it because the two guys donating are Asian. They're Japanese. That's why they came in. So I have a few questions. Yeah. So I have a few questions. This is going to probably take a while, so just listen, okay?
Okay.
Because I find it kind of strange that you're representing this organization, and you said earlier that you're the fundraising guy. So we have the fundraising guy defending this church. So I just kind of thought I'd throw it out there. It didn't make sense to me, but that's right. So you always you say you're Catholic, you refer to the Catholic Church, you refer to the sacraments, you refer to communion. So yes, communion is about the body of Christ and the blood of Christ. So what part of cannabis represents your religion as being that thing that you worship?
Well,
so,
in the
because let me just say one more thing. Mm-hmm. I've been to Japan. I've been to the temples. I've gone to these places. The only thing I guess vegetarian was they eat plants and trees and things from the ground, and I've never seen them use cannabis.
Well, okay. Yeah, it's illegal in Japan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And there's quite a heavy penalty in Japan.
Okay, but you said that this stuff all derives from the Japanese,
right?
All these religions over there.
Right, and then, well,
so if it's illegal, how do they do it? And then bring it here?
They don't bring. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think that I gave any information as to. I guess I'm misunderstanding. The Shinto religion.
If you don't want to answer that, you don't have to answer that one.
It's not a matter of if I don't want to. I really do want to answer Mr. Tanaka. The Shinto religion has cannabis practices. In Buddhism, in the Tantra Mahakala and the Perfected Immortals, there's a practice, and it relates to many religions. Taoism is another. These things they had cannabis in use in their spiritual practices for 7,000 years or more. And there are people who adhere and are drawn to that, and there are people who don't. I know people who like to do these practices, and the idea with cannabis was that you could go out into nature and connect with God, or with the cannabis in the Miantao religion, you didn't have to go out into nature. You could actually just use the sacrament and have a divine communion as an individual right there where you're sitting. And that was found to be good. And there were different uses for it that had to do with that might be,
So basically you're saying they use it for enlightenment?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like Catholics using body and blood?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So, so if I were to come to your place and I wanted to be a member, and as I think your website or something that you guys produce says that I need to bless my sacrament. It has to be blessed before I can use it. Is that correct?
Well, there is the sacrament.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Do you need to bless? No.
Does the sacrament have to be blessed before?
Yes, the sacrament, in fact, when it is grown on the farm that it's grown on, is blessed at planting. It's also blessed in its mid stages and blessed at harvest. It's blessed when it enters the ministry, and it's blessed with every spiritual event wherein a member uses cannabis as a part of the spiritual practice.
So when you guys have your marijuana farms or whatever it is, somebody's there to bless all that marijuana?
I often travel around to Southern Oregon and Northern California and do the blessings for those cultivators because
they're the ones that supply you guys. So that's why you bless it, right?
They cultivate cannabis spiritually so that it is aligned with what we're doing. We can't go down the street and buy some.
No, I'm not saying buying. I'm saying you guys bless the marijuana.
We are a closed loop, and we must source our sacrament from places that are aligned with the practices in the ministries. So the one has to work.
Can I bring my own marijuana that I cultivate to your place to worship?
If you wanted a minister to bless your cannabis, and I mean, we don't, I'm sure that a minister would bless your cannabis if you wanted a blessing. And I don't think we'd turn you away if you wanted to use your blessed cannabis, as long as it was blessed into sacrament. That's really the purpose of the blessing, is that
the only way that it would be blessed into sacrament is if one of your people did it.
Well, generally you'd have a minister do the blessing. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't say it's the only way. We don't have a lot of these rules that I understand that you want to get a really clear cut picture, but I've never had never known of if someone wanted to bring their cannabis and have it blessed, they could. They could come into the ministry and have a minister do that, and that would be freely done.
Okay, so it wouldn't cost me anything? I wouldn't have to make
No, there is no cost because there's no commercial activity. You could donate if you wanted to, but if you don't, you don't.
Okay, so I could come every day and not tithe, but I could bring my own stuff and you bless it for me.
So you just want to come by and bless your cannabis and split?
No, I want to come and join your church, but I don't want to buy your stuff. I want to bring my own.
Yeah, well, we don't sell anything, so you wouldn't have to buy anything.
Okay.
We don't sell cannabis. There isn't even a quid pro quo. It's not a this for that exchange. It's not.
So I don't have to tithe. I don't have to make a donation.
You don't. If you don't want to, I mean, that's your own affair.
Okay, so, but that was my question. I could come every day and not make a donation.
You could come every day and not make a donation.
Okay, and you would bless my stuff.
Yes.
So that I can participate.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who, need the healing and can't afford it at a dispensary, certainly not at a dispensary. And so we have a principle of compassion that where people do need healing, that it's given. We don't put them through any rigors.
Yeah, but how did they find out about you? So if I had some kind of an illness that I needed to have your spiritual stuff, how would I know it was you? Who would send me to you?
I have no idea who would send you. I suppose you'd hear it through word of mouth. You might find it on the internet if you're looking for spiritual cannabis for your affliction. I don't know. People find it because they are seeking.
Well, who blesses the sacraments when you're on Instagram or doing virtual?
Who blesses the sacrament when we're on?
Yeah, because you say that to do.
Right, you don't have to use cannabis for the spiritual practices. So you can, if we want to do an online meditation or an online where we commune together spiritually and enlighten through the practices that we do, you don't even have to come to the church and use the cannabis sacrament.
I thought your sacrament had to be blessed by a pastor.
Yeah, but you don't have to use the sacrament. You could just come and meditate and participate in the activities if you don't want to. So if you're online and obviously I can't pass a blessed sacrament through the internet to you, but we can still meditate together and we can still do the practices together.
But what if I want to use the sacrament? How do I do that?
Online? I don't know. You got me stuck there. I guess you just use it at home I've never, why I say this is I just never have encountered that kind of a situation. Okay. So when I get there, I guess I'm going to have to figure it out. But it's a very good question. I mean, these questions that you guys have are giving me a lot of food for thought. And there are things that I think that it's, we can be mindful to take some of these things under advisement and maybe seek to answer some of them so that down the line we'll actually be a little more equipped when someone does come and need the specific things you're talking about.
Okay. I'm good. Thanks for answering the questions.
Thank you for the questions.
Great. I just have a few more questions that occurred to me while we were talking, while you were talking. And just wanted to share with you my concerns. In terms of religious practice, let me say that you were the one that brought that subject up. The council members weren't the first ones to initiate that discussion. You did when you began making comparison of blood of Christ to your sacrament. So that was your issue, and you initiated that conversation. We did not.
Okay. Thank you.
And I have some concerns about some of the issues we raised, and maybe at another situation, maybe we can talk and have some conversation about to enlighten and educate you on religious practices or other religions beyond the ones that you participated in. So, but that's not the purpose of this particular meeting. And that was, again, you initiated that conversation. Now, let me get to my concerns. My concern is about parking. You say there's 7 spaces, but one's dedicated for handicap. And the way those parking spaces are aligned there, parking is going to be a problem. I envision your church growing in popularity as word gets out that Happiness is Garden Church is here. And I think you're going to have the issue with crowd control. I'm concerned about that. And what happens as you're going through worship services, where are people supposed to wait for the next service? whether they carpool or not. So I'm concerned about crowd control. I'm also concerned about security. You talked about, you haven't really explained us where you're going to store your cannabis for your services, if you're going to store them, if you're going to transport them back and forth. In any case, it's well documented about places that contain cannabis being robbed. So I am concerned about the security. I'm also concerned about your issue with young people having to ID. Now, I gotta, I tell you, getting a fake ID is not a big deal. So I'm concerned about, if you know what to do and know how to get it, it's not an issue. So I'm concerned about people who are not 18 years old being able to participate in this service, this worship service, and being able to partake of cannabis, underage folks. Now, again, what happens and goes on in other churches, I beg to differ with you. However, that's not the conversation that we need to entertain right now, because we're talking about you. Now, the other thing is you also said that you're a 501(c) organization and that you accept donations. Now, I don't know a whole lot about this topic, but I do know that, and I can only compare my church, my donations and tithes and offering, at the end of the year, I get a list. They keep an accurate record of every penny, every dime that comes to that church. And at the end of the year, I get a little list because I get to write off on my taxes because you're a 501(c) organization. How are you going to document your donations? Or are you going to? It's just kind of free fall. If I want to come and make sure I get my tax write-off, how will you document that? So I have a concern about that. Okay. And the last thing, and then I'm going to be pretty much done. I'm pretty much done with it. Regardless of, and this might be a question for Mr. McLean to answer, but regardless of the historical non-conforming of that particular building, one of the things that was written in the report says that there is a basis for determining that the use is necessary or desirable for the development of the community and is not detrimental to the community. How did you determine that? And how would you know what happens when the opposite is true, when the latter is true, when it does detrimental to the community? How do you know that? And on what basis did you make that judgment?
Me?
No, questions for me.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Words.
That question is based strictly on the use, and the use is a religious institution. And we made the determination that a religious institution by its nature is not detrimental to the community when it's in a residential zone.
Now let me, because you haven't been in our community. I'm not going to give names of the church, but there is a church located within our city, and it was at one point it was a synagogue, and then the synagogue moved. The people that worship use it as a synagogue moved out, and then another church moved in that happened to be what's a good word? Vibrant, enthusiastic, exuberant worship service.
Charismatic.
And they just complained. They complained loudly. So at that point, we knew that this was not, there were some problems. They finally straightened those things out. But on what is the basis? Now, I know religion is religious institution and all that, and yeah. But what is the basis you're going to use to determine when it's no longer a desirable development for the city? How are you going to? What are you going to decide about that? What are you going to use? Is it? How can you?
The basis for that determination is strictly based on the municipal code. Churches are permitted in the residential zones, in this case with the conditional use permit. So if they obtain a conditional use permit, then it would be an appropriate use.
But when they violate those conditional uses in terms
that's an after the fact condition. So that would be a code enforcement violation. Yes.
Become a code enforcement violation?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now it's probably better to set it up so that we would avoid these issues, so that farther on down the road, we don't have conflict of interest or have these kind of problems and have to bring them back in and rehash the issue all over. So what are we going to do to make sure that it remains a desirable development for the community?
That is precisely why the code is set up to make it a conditional use permit process.
And what are those things in terms of parking, those things that I'm concerned about, parking, underage use of cannabis, crowd control, security. What can we do?
Well, that's why the the conditional use permit process was set up so that the deciding body, whether it's the planning commission or the city council, can use their discretion to make conditions to make them, to make it work in the community or to deny it.
That's just the same answer you gave me. I'm just asking if you know of ways to do it. That's where in the, I'm new.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with all these things. So how do we write that up so that we do take care of the parking issue, the underage, the donations and all of that?
Well, parking again is based strictly on the size of the sanctuary. So we don't anticipate 100 members of the church showing up at one time when the sanctuary can hold 9. Okay, so
they're ongoing services, according to Mr. Frazier. Am I correct? They're like ongoing services. You have one service a day.
As I said, like a yoga studio that has a practice that takes place at several intervals throughout the day with new groups throughout the day. That's the closest thing that I can relate to you in terms of that, and I. From my own experience, that works quite well, and you don't need real large groups to be involved in that. We're not going to try to have large groups because the conditions on the use and like you're saying, the parking. I don't want 50 people showing up and crowding the with 50 cars, and
about that. I don't think they'll show up all at one time, but I do think that that there may be overlapping of schedules. It happens. Even the local gym, it happens. There's an overlap of schedules, and people kind of waiting around for their turn to participate. And I'm just wondering, but like I say, parking, storage, transportation, all of that. Those are my concerns. And so far, there's nothing in conditional use permit that answers those questions.
Councilwoman, we can actually put conditions on it. We can say, hey, you guys are required to have a security officer because of the fact that you're storing this, or, we as a council, we can put those conditions together and, say, hey, this is part of the CUP. So we have the discretion to do that.
And that would be great. I would welcome that, because that's the best way to get your ideas expressed and to have us fulfill those desires.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We could add a condition if there's a concern about overlap, that there be at least an hour between services or something like that. So there'd be plenty of time to clear out before the next service starts.
Okay. Because it's like 8 or 9 services a day, right? Is that
No. I'm talking about more what city the Mrs. Kranitz. I guess I hope I'm saying.
You got it right.
That is the plan. What I would have people doing more would be that they were looking, perhaps online at what the schedule was and picking for themselves what time they're going to go. I do this with some of the places that I go. I see, and I lay it out within my day, whatever activity it might be. If it's something I'm going to do at 1, or if it's something I'm going to wait to do at 3. But we would not have back-to-back services. So you have a lot of people milling about trying to get on, like you said, into that area of the gym or something. I would want, those practices to be spaced out at least by an hour and a half and perhaps maybe 2 hours, just because, first of all, we don't want to be having ministers get depleted, in the service of their calling. And so, we have to have some regard for what it takes for them to do many services a day, and how many that would be to be appropriate, for their capabilities. So there are a lot of things.
Mr. Frazier, you mentioned, you said 8 or 9 per day, or how many per day do you plan to have services?
I said 8 or 9 people at a time in a function.
Okay, but how many services?
Probably less. So we'll, we haven't started to operate, and I haven't even sat with the ministers. and the associates. There are still some people to train. So services per day is kind of up in the air because we're not an operating establishment yet. So we haven't really worked out those kinks. But if you give an indication of how many you'd like to have happen, the whole thing is, to me, it's incumbent on us to follow your lead because, we're the ones that need to have all of this stuff be verified in our behavior.
Well, I think crowd control is still a concern because I don't know if this is your first time participating in this, but normally if people go to a service and they really enjoy themselves, what they like to do afterwards kind of hang around outside and talk. The church I attend, there's about an hour or so gap between services, almost a 2-hour gap between services. And what people will do, they'll hang around outside, and they'll talk, they'll socialize, they'll decide where they want to go have breakfast or something. So crowds and loitering, it's a terrible thing to talk about loitering at church, but that is a concern. So what can you do to make sure there's no loitering? Because again, you're attracting attention and wondering what's going on. And I'm sure, they're going to be a concern where it's no longer a desirable development for the community, but it's more detrimental to the community because it's right there on the corner. So
near school.
Yeah. And I don't want to be.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Mr. McLean.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. McLean, Mr. Fraser earlier mentioned that they did modification to the building to store their edibles. I was wondering if they were permits or did they notify the city with the modifications?
I wasn't aware of the modifications for storage. Perhaps we can get some clarification from the applicant on what modifications were made.
I wasn't a part of the design or the execution. There was an architect that was hired. There were some problems with, I guess that there appeared to be something that was on top of the building and the roof that was seen as a possible criminal entry if you had someone who wanted to work that hard to try to get in and get something out of the place. And so I know that was sealed off by some design in terms of, when we had our planning commission meeting, and we talked of modifications that that they'd done to go along just to make the sanctuary how it is, and to clear out lots of the physical therapy stuff that was left there, and all of that. Planning really wanted to make sure that anything that needed to go back through a permitting process that we would do, and that would be a part of the conditional use permit, that we made sure that all of those things were brought up to code. Everything that needed to be permitted was, including the sign and all that, if need be, to have that retroactively be something, a lot of cleanup around this. So the feeling was, under those conditions, being there would be fine, but they just wanted to make sure that all the I's were dotted and the T's crossed. And so the things that you're mentioning now are part of that list. And we agreed that we would do, of course, meet whatever those requirements are going to be.
Yeah, but Mr. Fraser, you mentioned that you guys have done some
I haven't done, I don't design and do construction. So I wasn't a part of the design. I travel around a lot. I go back and forth between Washington State. My mother lives up here and has Parkinson's, and so a lot of the times I have to be hands off and trust that they're going to do a good job, which they always do. So
so there is then some structural modification was done.
I don't know all the details to give you. We can assume that there must have been. I don't know exactly what it was because I don't know what the floor plans and the site plan and all of. I don't know how the square footage from here to here, if they moved it a foot or if they didn't. I don't know that stuff. If I know that the idea was that to have stuff, to have greater security generally, and have a security officer, not one of those threatening looking ones, but something that at least a security presence, and that kind of stuff, to be mindful that there are people who are predatory in nature with their crime, and they look for places that they think will have weaknesses and such. And so we need to guard against that from the beginning. So,
all right. Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Frazier.
Mr. Frazier, that kind of information is really important for us because we need to make sure that it was done securely. So being that you don't have that information, we don't have any type of design or site plan or anything like that, because I do see in the initial that, you know, there is some design as far as the way things are laid out. But the question that Councilmember Kaskanian is asking, it's imperative that we know that. So
yeah, we covered that in the planning commission meeting. That's what came up, and so when I was talking to John Signo, as I indicated, and it came up that we were going to have this further meeting, he just said, let's get through this one because this will be sort of, because we start going and doing this, that, or the other thing before meeting with you guys, well, then we might make missteps. The thing was to gather all of this information and take it under advisement, you know, wherever we can apply that. And so now, but those things are on the list, and I do want you to have everything that you have a desire to have. I want to provide for you, and so that's the intention. That's what. Well,
Mr. Frazier, because we're today's the day that we will be making a decision based on that kind of information. We would.
I had no idea. Sorry.
If I may, Madam Mayor, condition BS number 10 starts, additional building division concerns. Work was done in the past without permits. The condition states obtain permits as necessary and provide some other requirements. So this was what we were aware of this, and it was pointed out to the Planning Commission and included as a condition of approval. So you can certainly add to that and modify it and strengthen it if you wish, if you're going to go in that direction. But it was already included as a condition of approval.
Okay, but the repair was completed as per Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you took it that way. I'm not the person to even be speaking on the design that was done on site by whom I'd never met the architect, and I don't know what they talked about, and I honestly don't know what the place. I had walked through that place a number of times, met with Mr. Jackson a number of times in that establishment, but I don't know in terms of how it was designed, the measurements of all the rooms and changes. I wouldn't probably even notice that. So as per me, I'm giving you my best recollection as to what things were like before we got in there, and that some things clearly needed to be changed, and that the Planning Commission was aware that some permits needed to be brought into the picture because they hadn't been, and we agreed to that. And so we're trying our best, but I don't want to that I was standing there watching modifications happen and could describe to you what was done exactly. That's not where I'm at.
Okay, and did any permits get pulled, Mr. McLean?
Apparently not, but the requirement is that they retroactively get those permits.
Okay. Hold on for 1 second, everyone. Madam City Clerk, I know we have a speaker that's been holding for some time now. Are they still waiting to? Because I know we did.
Mayor, I don't see a hand up.
Okay, please just let me know again.
Now there is a hand up now.
Okay, let's go ahead because I know they've been waiting for a while.
Gracie Rodriguez.
Okay, go ahead. And then we'll go back to council questions at that point.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Gracie Rodriguez, and I work from Behavioral Health Services for the Southway Prevention Program. I'm an outreach specialist. So I want to add a little bit more of Council Member Francis stated. So after the whole after church chatting, what I'm really concerned is there going to be someone checking if they're exposing cannabis outside the church. And, that's going to be like a sign for public, that it's okay to have cannabis exposed. So is there going to have like some kind of type of security, someone checking that they don't expose cannabis to the public and saying, oh, well, there's a place, there is something accessible for cannabis. So
the answer is yes. There will be someone discouraging loitering, asking people to move along and to not carry the activities internally out to the external environment, and to be an unpleasantness.
Mr. Frazier, hold on 1 second here because our speaker only has 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're on the timer, so I'm going to let them finish their time. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. A lot of it, I work with the youth. So a lot of like my main concern around those areas, it's a residential area. There's a lot of youth around there. So, working on trying to help our youth, especially right now with COVID-19, that we're trying to help them, not for them to relapse and having this exposure there. My biggest concern that is out there, and being out in a church, it seems like it's an okay thing that even the church is advertising it. I see it more as an advertisement more than anything. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frazier, if you want to respond now, you can.
I get the concern. We don't want people loitering around hanging. I attend AA meetings. A lot of times people hang around after those meetings, but they generally disperse because a new group needs to come in, and they don't. Sometimes you don't want to be disruptive to a neighborhood around a church, where they are held in basements and stuff like that. So I understand that concern, and I would apply that to our situation, and have the people who work with the outside, the security, all of that to be, to try to be, kind in their nature and emphatic in their direction, that we not do that kind of stuff. Working in recovery myself for so long, I really get those concerns about children and about the community generally being exposed to things that are thought to be harmful. I don't really put cannabis sacrament on par with the number of things that we used to try to guard against, that the sober livings that I managed. But there are concerns, and I hear them, and I want to be respectful of them and make sure that we don't run afoul of social codes that we all want to stay in alignment with, because it helps us to operate harmoniously as a society.
Okay. Okay, Madam City Clerk, are there any more speakers that have been waiting? Okay.
Madam, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there are no other hands up at this time.
Okay, does any other member of the council have any more questions or comments? Because
I just have one comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So this whole thing, I believe in completed staff work. And hopefully you understand what that means. But tonight I've heard a lot of, I just want to make you happy. I just want to do what you want us to do. I just want to put in place the things that are going to be approved. So it's like we're the ones that are being tasked with doing their job to make this thing approvable. So it's like, okay, so whatever you want us to do, we'll do. It's like, okay, we're the nice guys and we're going to do this and bend over backwards. But there should have been not just Mr. Frazier. Everybody that had a part in this that could answer a question should have been on this meeting so that we could ask the person that needed to answer us the right question, and not just, oh, well, you know what, I wasn't there. I was visiting my mom in Washington. I didn't have anything to do with that. I don't build things. I don't draft architectural things. That was somebody else. So I'm just saying that, this whole thing should have been completed staff work, and the people that needed to answer the questions should have been here tonight. Thank you.
And I would like to add one more thing, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to add it. I asked a few questions and I did not get my answers. My questions answered. So I don't know. I mean, I would agree. I agree with Pro Tem Tanaka, you know.
Okay.
Bless you.
Any more questions or comments? Because I'm going to make a motion in just a moment.
I have a comment as well. I have more questions. I got more questions than I have answers. And so I have a really big problem. I don't think there's anybody sitting here in this room right now that has a problem with churches or religious freedom. Our country was founded on the basis of freedom of religion. That's why this whole United States of America was created. So the issue is not religious freedom or religious practice. The issue is having these conditions met so that it remains, even as a church, a desirable development in our community and not one that's detrimental. So there's still concerns that have not been answered. There's still a concern about parking and overlap and scheduling and underage access to cannabis. And there's also questions about, crowd control and security as well, and storage. None of those questions were answered. Now, obviously, there has been some type of rearrangement of the room because I'm sure that I think it was a doctor's office, something like that before. There were not three or four church pews sitting in the front room. So there's been some obvious alterations, and the parking places are newly painted. I was just there today, and they're not very accommodating. So, and I know what you're saying, but we still didn't get to mention the parking spaces. I mean, we spent more time talking about the size of a parking space for a townhouse development than we did for a church that we know is going to have traffic. So there's just too many unanswered questions as far as I'm concerned. And we got to have those answers. At least I have to.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Okay. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion. I'm sorry, we're going to close the hearing first. Hearing is now closed. This time, I'm going to make a motion that we deny conditional use permit 3-20 in regards to Happiness Garden based on the fact that there are a lot of unanswered questions as it relates to permits, storage, security, questions as far as minors who possibly could be exposed to cannabis. Not really clear on a lot of questions that were asked tonight. As was mentioned earlier, I feel like the applicant should have been a little bit better prepared as far as architect should have been here. Anybody else that could answer the questions that we needed to know. So based off of the information that we've heard for the past couple of hours now, I'm gonna make the motion that we deny this permit.
Second.
So, Madam Mayor, just for the record, the motion is to direct staff to prepare a resolution of denial based on the list of items that you just recently mentioned.
Yes.
And then we'll bring it back to council for council consideration at the next council meeting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, but we are still voting on this today, correct? There's a motion and a second.
Understood.
Okay, so there was a motion made by Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by myself, and it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Could you call the roll at this time, please?
Mayor Serta.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So let's move on. Next up is item number 13A, which is the COVID-19 update. Mr. Senior Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, as of today, Gardena has had 6,414 cases of COVID-19. This is an increase of 12 from 6,402 reported last council meeting. As of today, the vaccination rate in Gardena is as follows. 16 years or older are vaccinated. 67% of those that are 16 years or older are vaccinated. Compare that to Hawthorne at 59.1 and Inglewood at 56.9. And those 65 or older who are vaccinated, we have 84% compared to Hawthorne at 78% and Inglewood at 83%. Madam Mayor, that ends my COVID-19 report.
Mr. City Manager, I know she kind of broke it down for the different age groups there, but would you say overall, what was the percentage, would you say, within our city?
So I have a breakdown of 65 or older that are vaccinated 84%. And then those 16 or older, but under 65 is 67%. Okay. So obviously the older population are more vaccinated in our city.
If I had to take a guess, we would say at least 50% of our population has been vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, probably more than that.
Probably more than that. Okay, that was what I was looking for. Are there any other questions or comments as it relates to the COVID-19 update? No?
Oh, that's it.
Okay. With that being said, let's move on to item number, thank you for that. Move on to item, excuse me, 15A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 15A is authorized professional services contract renewal with CWE Corporation in the amount of $299,633 for MS4 and NPDES permit monitoring and compliance services. At the July 14, 2020 City Council meeting, Council approved contracting MS4 permit monitoring and compliance services with CWE Corporation. CWE has since provided assistance in a timely and professional manner, offering expertise in MS4 compliances, wet and dry water and sediment monitoring, permit annual report, and Safe Clean Water Program, or SCWP, annual expenditures plan. The city has been required to enroll and comply with the fourth term permit since it was amended in September 2016. On August 24, 2020, the tentative fifth term MS4 permit was adopted for review and should be released for regional board adoption, becoming effective as early as July 1st, 2021. Subsequently, the city will be required to restart the industrial commercial facility inspection and monitoring. The city will also continue to implement state trash catch basin catchment policy, stormwater and sediment monitoring, city employee training, public information and outreach, annual and semi-annual reports, etc. CW is a civil engineering, water resources, and environmental engineering firm of approximately 40 employees with headquarters in the city of Fullerton and offices in San Diego and Salt Lake City. The firm has been in business since 2006 and was founded as a disadvantaged minority entity and small business enterprise, with 90% of their clients coming from public agencies and utilities, including but not limited to cities of Torrance, Rancho Palos Verdes, Carson, Long Beach, Los Angeles, and Commerce. The proposed contract will follow an annual MS4 NPDES permit-based 18-month contract schedule consisting of a July 30th implementation period followed by compliance report preparation and LA Regional Water Quality Control Board submission by December 15th of the trailing year. Financial impact is the amount of expense is $299,633 in the budget fiscal year 2021-22. Funding source is Measure W, and what's required tonight is authorized professional services contract renewal.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. There we go. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? No? Okay. With that being said, I'm sorry.
I was wondering, how did you evaluate what a good job, whether or not they did a good job? What was the basis of the evaluation?
I'm sorry?
What was the basis of your evaluation that they did a good job, that they're doing what we asked them to do, or are they helping us keep them being fined or helping us make money, or how do we evaluate whether or not they're doing a good job? Does that make sense?
I will have to punt that over to our Public Works Department. They interface with CWE on a regular basis. Either Director Rigg or Kevin might be able to shed light on that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. That's a good question, Councilmember Francis. The City of Gardena, as I've learned in my brief tenure here, and probably the rest of the council knows much better than I, we have a unique permit, the way we've adopted it within the city, which is much different than other cities in the South Bay and within Southern California. The permit is, we're on our own. We were challenged, we were fined, and CWE was brought in, and they've quite frankly have made all those problems go away. We now enjoy a positive relationship with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And as the city manager mentioned, we are coming up on the adoption of a new permit. We haven't had one in 5 years. And I was very fearful of having a new consultant who wasn't familiar with our past and with our current programs and then trying to adopt a new permit. So I am a big proponent of always going out to bid, RFQs and RFPs for services. But in this case, I think we're all going to be very, very well served and continue with CWE. It is our intent in the springtime, depending on how well we've adopted the new permit, to go out to bid and to make sure that CWE is still the most qualified firm. But at this point, with the new permit and our tough past, we firmly believe that this would be the best decision for the city.
Thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this side?
No, we don't, Madam.
Okay. Okay, with that being, excuse me, with that being said, does anybody at this time like to make a motion to authorize professional services contract renewal?
So moved.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 16A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16A is resolution number 6516, approving local agreement CCTR 1084 with the California Department of Social Services for funding the Gardena Family Child Care Program. Staff respectfully recommends for council to adopt resolution number 6516, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute local agreement CCTR 1084 with the California Department of Social Services, which provides funding for the Gardena Family Child Care Program for fiscal year 21-22. The Gardena Family Child Care Program, or GFCC, provides quality, educational, subsidized childcare in licensed family childcare homes in Gardena and bordering cities. Services are provided to low-income families whose parents are employed in school, training, seeking employment, or incapacitated and require assistance. GFCC staff also offers technical assistance to family childcare providers in the GFCC network in areas such as curriculum, childcare environment, and developmental and age-appropriate practices. GFCC currently serves 190 children ages 0 to 12, representing 130 families. There are a total of 23 providers, and the city anticipates contracting with more soon. There are 9 city staff members that are fully funded by the program. The city has contracted with the state to administer the GFCC's program since 1976. Beginning July 1st, 2021, administration of the program at the state level will transfer from the California Department of Education to the California Department of Social Services. All program requirements will remain the same for the foreseeable future. Fiscal impact for fiscal year 21-22, revenue and expenditures encumbered in the amount of $2,790,447 to the city from the California Department of Social Services for the Gardena Family Child Care Program. This initial contract amount may be adjusted during the fiscal year through an allocation letter issued by CDSS. No financial impact to the general fund. What's required tonight is adopt resolution 6516 and approve local agreement CCTR 1084.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Along with the transfer Department of Social Services, do they carry their own liability insurance?
Do the child care facilities carry their own liability insurance?
Social Services, do they have are they responsible for any part of liability insurance?
So every child care provider that works with the city, that contracts with the city, carries their own insurance that is subject to the approval of the city.
So there's no part of this funding that goes toward that. paying for that part?
Paying for their insurance? No. Each provider pays for their own insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6516 and approve local agreement CCTR 1084?
So moved.
I'm sorry, I that was Henderson and who else?
Cascanian.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Councilmember Cascanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Sorry about that. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 16B, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16B is resolution number 6517, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the elderly nutrition program on behalf of the city for fiscal year 2021-2022. Staff respectfully recommends for council to adopt resolution number 6517, designating the city manager as authorized to sign the elderly nutrition program agreement number ENP 202105, binding the city to the subaward and approve and accept the amendment 5 baseline funding allocation on behalf of the city. The approval of the resolution is necessary to execute the agreement between the County of LA and the City of Gardena. The program includes serving congregate meals and home delivered meals, as well as conducting telephone reassurance to the older adult population for fiscal year 21-22. The funding amount allocated to the city for fiscal year 21-22 from Amendment 5 is $421,000. Fiscal impact from Title 3C1 Congregate Meal Program, $223,000. Title 3C2 Home Delivered Meal Program, $197,000. And Title 3B Telephone Reassurance Program, $1,000. What's required tonight is adopt resolution number 6517 and approve funding allocation.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. City Manager, I have one question. The one statement you mentioned about there's funding for telephone approval. Is that when, I think it's the service we have like on, like our Senior Services Bureau where they call and they check on our seniors, or is that what that funding pays for that portion there?
I believe it is. It's a follow-up phone calls to the seniors.
Okay, got it. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have a quick question because I just, it seems to me that maybe we accepted bids for a meals program. All that, and it was like we took one, and it didn't seem like it was that long ago. It seems like we keep approving nutrition programs. And is this for the next year coming up, or?
This is for fiscal year 21-22. So it's going to be, next fiscal year.
Next June.
We did have several amendments in the past, Councilman Francis, because we got additional allocations because we were going through COVID. But as our city manager, this is for this following fiscal year.
All right, thank you for clearing it. Because didn't we just approve a program?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, thank you very much.
But it's because we got additional funds because of COVID. That was a good thing.
And I want to note too that the participation for our seniors has doubled since this maybe 2 years ago. They're now up to 450 seniors that are participating in this program.
Oh, well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because is there any room for growth or expanding?
Yes.
There is?
Yes, there is.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Rich.
It's just the demand is increasing, the need is increasing.
It appears that the county responds well to this when obviously COVID hit. You got more participation, and you notice that we kept on approving amendments, and that's because they kept on increasing the amount, and we're able to help more and more seniors. And like I said, it's doubled from the norm, which is a very good thing.
Yes, thank you.
So I have a question here. So when these different companies, when they come up to bid, do we ever send our staff out to go and like have a tasting to see how the meals taste or anything like that? Or do we just kind of think based off the pricing, you know?
Not only that, Madam Mayor, they have to provide nutritional content on the meals that they're serving. So it has to be in line with you know, what the prescribed amount of calories, et cetera, et cetera. They have to meet those. Right. Which is why you can't just you know, keep on changing and approving you know, providers, because it you know, there are certain criteria and parameters as far as nutrition is concerned.
Okay. Just curious. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6517?
Madam City Clerk, I saw a hand raised.
Oh, okay. I'm
I'm
sorry.
so sorry. Yes, that just popped up. I'm in trouble.
We lost you. You're muted for a second, Mina.
Mayor Serta?
Yes.
Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Can I have a follow-up on the question you asked? Yes, you know, not only you know, it's required to have nutritional content. Staff did go out to the facility and did the tasting, and so the senior commission was also included in the process.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. I'm sorry, who was the speaker again?
Mr. Ahmed.
Ahmed, okay.
Mr. Ahmed, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Ahmed.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon or good evening, City Council. So I was wondering, is there a way there's a program that FEMA is funding? It's up to, I believe, $66 per day. You know, it's a program that's being funded through FEMA. I'm not sure if it's still going on. We're still in a active pandemic. So it's zero cost, free of cost for seniors. So my question is also, can we ensure that these meals are free? Some of the seniors, it's very hard, financially. Is there a way we can possibly even apply, so city can apply for this funding for, getting reimbursed for this, program for free meals to our seniors and not, charging them for the meals? So that's all. Thanks so much.
I can address that, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
All these meals are free. We don't charge anyone for these meals. Okay. The entire purpose of this program is to provide free meals.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments the council members have? Okay. If not, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6517 and approve funding allocation?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilwoman Francis and a second by Councilmember Cascane. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 16C. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16C is resolution number 6518, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the supportive services program on behalf of the city for fiscal year 21-22. The County of LA Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services has been awarded funding for providing services for older adults under the Older Americans Act. The City of Gardena wishes to submit a signed, executed Supportive Services Program, or SSP, agreement with WDACS in order to certify the approval of City Council to enter in this transaction with the County of LA for the purpose of providing seniors vital in-home care assistance fiscal year 21-22. It is necessary that this resolution be adopted. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is adopt resolution number 6518.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? And just from my understanding, okay, this is the program that different things that seniors need help with, like shopping, taking them to the doctor, and that's all offered through Senior Bureau, correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
We currently have 125 seniors on this program.
Perfect. Okay. If there are no questions or comments, then can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6518?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Kaskanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is council directives. Does any member of the council have any directives at this time?
I don't have, okay, go ahead, Joanna.
I was going to say, Madam Mayor, in regards to directive, if I can get a second, I would like the city of Gardena to take a opposed position on Senate Bill 9 in regards to housing. I believe it usurps our local authority to kind of work with our regional housing and our zoning and different things like that. So I would like us to look into either drafting a resolution or writing a support letter through the League of California Cities, South Bay Cities, in opposition of SB 9.
I'll second that. And Mark, there is a letter of support through the COG. I forward that to our city manager for consideration, but I believe that we should support that one because it got voted, it got a plus vote today.
Yeah, I just saw that too. Yeah, so we got to get in front of it.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, is the letter that you received a letter in support of opposition?
Right.
Just for clarification. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We can prepare that letter. The council's in agreement on behalf of is there anyone who would be in opposition of us preparing this, just so I know whose name not to add to the letter? Hearing none, I'm going to assume everyone's on board and that I will prepare the letter on behalf of all of you.
End it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Are there any other directives at this time?
I just have a question. Do we have an ordinance on street vendors or anything like that? Yes. And I tell you why I'm concerned. Lately, for one, this has been in the news a lot. There have been street vendors that attack physically and robbed. And then the other thing is just today in the news, there was a protest down at Los Angeles City Hall, and they're calling for a moratorium on, I guess, enforcement, the rules enforcement, and they want them to meet.
It's the health department.
The health department and all that. And we don't have been noticing there's a guy that sells fruit, which is really good. But anyway, there's a guy that sells fruit on Western, and there's another guy. They come around as a lady that was selling corn one time in front of Dollar Tree, and there's another lady selling something else at Big Lots. And I mean, folks just trying to earn a living. I don't have a problem with this, but I'm concerned that if the county imposes a moratorium, then we don't get to have a say so in anything. And I'm also want to make sure if we have something on the books that the street vendors are protected. They have, because right now they have no protection at all. And I don't know.
So, Woman Francis, it is something that is on my to-do list, and we've been waiting for the new CDD director as it's going to be coming out of that department. It's the first order of business that I have with this new CDD director as soon as he comes on board to deal with this issue. I will let you know, though, that a lot of legislation is coming up down from Sacramento that's limiting the abilities of what the cities can and can't do when it comes to street vendors and the requirements that we can and can't make. But please do know that this is something that is shortly forthcoming that will come before the council for your input and consideration.
Okay, thank you. So just, folks are trying to make a living, that's all. And we just want to make sure that the public, that our neighbors are protected, they're protected, and And that's why, at least that's what I teach in first grade. That's why we have
Yeah,
rules.
and the health and safety of the community who choose to purchase these items as well. Understood. Well, you will be seeing it in the next couple of months as soon as we have our new CDD director on board.
All right,
okay.
thank you so much.
So they're taking local control away from us again.
Are you surprised?
No, but we do have a great ordinance because vendors were a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was anything, but I don't know. We just need something in place. That's all to protect that.
Okay. Are there any more directors at this time? I have one. I'm hoping I can get a second on this. I would like to see if moving forward, starting next year, if we could add a new event to all of our list of scheduled events, a Juneteenth day to have in Gardena, and where we would have some type of festivities, similar to what we kind of do for like a day in the park or 4th of July celebration, something of that sort. Hopefully I can get a second on this here. I just think it will be a great addition to add to our different events that we have in the city of Gardena.
I'll second that.
Yeah, we all say.
Thank you.
We're all on the board.
I'll leave it up to our recreation staff for them to come up with some great way of celebrating moving forward, because I know they're very creative with that. So, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Any more directives at this time?
Well, can I add one more thing, Madam Mayor, on your Juneteenth
sure.
directive? That if we can make it like a festival type deal, if that's possible, you know, like go festival, celebrate, maybe in the park at Nakaoka or Raleigh Park or Johnson, somewhere, you know.
It could be festival, street fair, something to that.
Exactly.
You know, kind of
Don't worry, Stephanie Santine's already on it.
Yeah.
All right, good.
She'll have it all figured out by the end of this meeting, but okay.
Probably already has it.
Okay. Okay. So if there are no more directors at this time, let's move on to city manager's remarks regarding, excuse me, our previous directors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as a previous directive, a U.S. tow audit was recently conducted by the Gardena Police Department. The fire at the U.S. tow yard in 2020 altered operations and contract compliance, but U.S. tow is in compliance with contract provisions to a high degree and with a high level of transparency. The details of this report is attached in the memo that I sent all of you. I don't have much. The other thing that I have is speaking of the Recreation and Human Services. They've been busy. What else is new this past few weeks? In addition to starting the summer camp program. And we have hosted several events, and we would like to highlight those with our usual video. We can have that video played.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. Madam Mayor, that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. Okay, so let's begin tonight's council remarks with Councilmember Cascadian.
Madam Mayor, no reports. Time is 11:40, so we'll keep it for next week.
Okay, that's not a problem. Next up is Councilmember Henderson.
Had to find my unmute. I won't go into a long report, even though I have a short commute, but I do want to share a story that someone shared about us as a body. So this week we had the Metro meeting regarding the Vermont transit corridor discussion, everything. And I believe 4 of us were in that meeting. And I think 3 of us asked questions. And one of the Metro representatives asked me, he's like, is the city of Gardena always disengaged on issues and different things like that? And I said, we are completely dialed in and engaged on things that are that could impact our community positively and negatively. And he was like, I'm waiting for, everybody to ask questions. And I said, I heard my colleagues' questions and they beat you guys up enough. How much more punishment do you want? I said, we're very engaged in our issues. And he said, I've never seen any other city like that. So again, I want to commend my colleagues for being engaged and being active in a lot of these issues that happened around the region. So folks are talking about us really doing our job. So I just want to kind of give us our flowers while we're all still here. And I'll save everything else for our next council meeting, but I want to share that with you all.
Thank you. Thank you. That was nice. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Next up is Councilmember Francis.
Okay, I'm going to get all out. I'm on summer vacation, so I can get it all out. I attended the Neighborhood Watch District 2 meeting, also the Transit Corridor South Bay Feasibility Stakeholders meeting. I attended the 23rd Annual Home Ownership Fair as an honorary co-host sponsored by Faith Community Empowerment. And there were at least 500 people on the call, all getting information about how to become a new homeowners. And you best believe I made mention that of all the new wonderful development that's going on in Gardena, and I hope they consider choosing Gardena as a place they'd like to buy a home. Also, if you haven't taken a look at the State of the City by Mayor Serta, please do. You'll find a lot of information about what's going on in our city. And I'm so glad you, Madam Mayor, recommended June 19th as an event to add to our event calendar, because it became a federal holiday. Right. And many would consider the emancipation of enslaved people as a Black holiday. I hope that it will become known as a holiday that celebrates the greatest human rights legislation that was ever written in the United States. It's a piece of human rights legislation. And I want to remember that, and especially folks here in California. When teaching context California, you get a whole new idea. But also just want to mention that COVID testing is still very important. We have a testing site at Raleigh Park that's open on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturday. And I know that the masks are coming off and we got a lot more freedom, but please continue to practice all the good safety practices that we have in place. Wash your hands, making sure, you kind of keep your distance, still wear your mask, you haven't been vaccinated. And we're winning this thing. We're going to beat it. And as I always say, better days are ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next up is myself. I'm going to be really quick. Since the last council meeting, I attended my monthly CCGA meeting, sanitation meeting. I was one of those people who attended the Metro Vermont Transit Corridor, South Bay, extension feasibility study meeting with the other council members. Also the budget study session. And hopefully everybody had a great Father's Day. It was a nice day that everybody was able to kind of take time and spend with their dads. So hopefully for all those fathers out there, hope you guys had a wonderful day as well too. Tonight on the adjournment, I'm gonna add the name of County Firefighter Specialist Tori Carlone. That was the firefighter who was killed a couple of weeks ago in that active shooter situation that happened at his station. His funeral was this past week. And I'll be adding his name to the adjournment tonight. And let's see, with that, we're going to move on to Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Real quickly, I'm going to speed read this, so hopefully the city clerk can catch it all. So you did a great job on the state of the city. So if you have a chance, make sure you watch it. City manager, the mayor, and the chief of police did a great job. Attended the PPE giveaway, District 2 Zoom meeting, COVID testing and vaccination, South Bay COG steering meeting, the budget study session, LA Metro Vermont corridor project. Let's see. And I apologize to the family of Grace Barnett. I missed the funeral, and she was part of the Friends of the Library. So I kind of missed that one. I apologize. And 4th of July, just remember, safe and sane only. Please don't fire the cannon by my house that you've been firing. It's annoying. But please be safe out there and have a great 4th. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. You know what, Councilman, you just reminded me of something, and I probably should have added this to my report. One day last week, I know in the past, different times we hear people in the community talk about hearing loud planes, and it sounds like they're the big 747s that are coming from LAX. And I think it was about 3:30 in the morning one day last week we heard it. Well, we do have a representative who sits on I don't want to call it the airplane committee, but I think it's like the Hawthorne Airport something
It's
committee.
the airport committee.
Yes. So if residents are hearing like what I heard it and 2 other people, it woke them up. It just so happened I was awake at 3:30 in the morning to hear it, but it literally sounded like the plane was right over my house and like it was going to crash. That's how low it sounded. But if you're hearing that, please notify us at City Hall, because we're trying to keep track of this, because as we go to those meetings, believe it or not, people who work for the airport, they deny that this is even happening. But I just had a conversation with 2 other people who heard what I heard. And so I know more people in the area did hear it, but call us at City Hall. You can call our city manager's office at 310-217-9504, and they can direct you to the person who's in charge of that committee. And we just want to make sure that we are noting that all those times that we are hearing those airplanes, whether it's Hawthorne Airport or LAX, if they're flying over this way here, which I don't believe they should be, then I don't know, maybe we should have the same kind of windows that Inglewood has where they're those double pane ones or something. So I don't know, but I think it's a good point to make sure we are addressing that. And then the last thing, we hadn't really mentioned it before, but I want to thank the city manager and even our recreation director, Stephanie Santini, because I kind of worried them to death about getting that Gardena monument sign up there. I was on our city manager before about trying to get something like that, because nowhere in Gardena do we have a monument that says City of Gardena, unless you're standing next to one of those in the middle of the medium on the street like Rosecrans or Redondo Beach Boulevard. If you think about it, if you walk around City Hall and you just want to take a picture next to one, there was nowhere to do that. So I just want to thank you for making this vision that I had come to life here. And it's just great. Every time I go on social media, I get to see everybody taking pictures next to it. I saw a picture of our police department taking a picture with a young man who stopped by City Hall, and he gave an award to our police department. And I just thought it was so great seeing that in every one of our videos when we get to see the City of Gardena sign up there. I just think it is awesome, and with the lights on it every night. So thank you for helping make that happen, because I'm telling you, the last 2 city managers, I was on them, and well, you made it happen. So thank you for that.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank Public Works as well as Rec and Human Services. Those guys, I mean, they built that from scratch. I mean, we had the sign was purchased, but then all the base, even around down to the flowers and the lights. I mean, Public Works really worked on that, and they wanted to make sure that it was done ASAP. So hats off to Public Works for doing a great job, and Rec and Human Services, all our staff that worked on that.
Thank you. Please let them know that I really appreciate that. And probably my only last directive I'd make is I think at some point as a city council, we should all go stand out there and take a group picture together and make that the postcard of Gardena for 2021. and we'll all be socially distanced standing next to it. And hey, I don't know, put it in Rite Aid or something. You know, every city has a postcard. I know this for in the local Rite Aid in their area. So I don't know, just a thought. But okay, with that, let's see, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, you had your announcements already, or? Yes. I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm forgetting what we're doing here.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's move on to announcements here because my computer's about to go out real soon here. Okay, so a couple of things here. First off is City of Gardena Bingo Bonanza. Will be on Wednesday, July 28th, 2021. So put that on your calendars from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. You get to play for free and you can win prizes. It's going to be at the Nakoka Community Center, which is at 1670 West 167th Street in Gardena. To participate, you must register by calling the Senior Services Bureau at 310-217-9552, or you can go online at cityofgardena.org for events. Also, the other thing that's coming up that everybody keeps calling and asking me about is the City of Gardena's Jazz Festival. This year will be the 18th annual one. The date is going to be Sunday, August 22nd, 2021. And if I'm not mistaken, tickets go on sale tomorrow. So if you have questions, you can go to our website, which is http://Gardena Jazz Festival 18.eventbrite.com, or I'm sure you can call our Recreation and Services Department and they can give you more information on it. But a lot of people have been asking about that. And then we have a couple more announcements here. City of Gardena will have a walking club that will be every Thursday at 10 a.m. at the Gardena Willows Wetland Preserve. The club will meet at the Willows entrance located at Arthur Johnson Park at 1200 West 170th Street. That's in Gardena. And let's see. For more information, you can call the Senior Services Bureau at 310-217-9552. Also, the Gardena Police Department will have their ride tour, and coming up on July 10th will be District 2. Officers will be riding around that area from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And also, let's see, we have Etch and Catch. We had one previously in Gardena, and I believe it was very successful. We will have this on, let's see, June 26th. That's coming up here. I think that's this weekend. From 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 1718 West 162nd Street. It will be in the West parking lot at the Gardena Police Station. The Gardena Police Department will be hosting their second catalytic converter etching event, where a unique identifying number will be etched onto the catalytic converters. A unique identifying number can provide law enforcement with investigative information to identify and prosecute criminals. The event is free to the public and registration is required. You can sign up at https://GPD edgecatch.eventbrite.com. So register early because, as I said before, I know it was very popular last time. The next thing is, let's see, only safe and sane fireworks are permitted in the city. We want to encourage everybody to have a great 4th of July, but please be respectful to your neighbors. Safe and sane fireworks can only be used in Gardena on July 4th from 12 noon to 10 p.m. that night. And also, a lot of people have been asking the question about, will we have our annual fireworks celebration at Raleigh Park? We will not be having that this year. Just due to what's been going on with COVID, we didn't know if we'd be at a point of having crowds and so on. So just so our community knows, we will not be having any type of festivities at Raleigh Park this year. So, next year we'll see everybody for that big event. And let's see, with that, Mr. City Manager, are there any other announcements that I missed? I think that's everything.
Madam Mayor, I think you've got them all.
Okay. And, I do have one more thing. I know we mentioned this in the very beginning, but I need to just kind of reread this one more time in case people missed this at the beginning of the council meeting. The Welcome Back Gardena. Gardena City Hall is to reopen June 29th by appointment only. The City of Gardena and I are happy to announce that City Hall will reopen on June 29th. At this time, city services will be provided by appointment only. Access to City Hall will be limited and COVID-19 safety protocols will be in place in an effort to provide service and assistance in a way that minimizes potential exposure to COVID-19. City services are still being offered remotely by phone, email, or online. To make an appointment or contact city staff with questions, please refer to our website at www.cityofgardena.org/reopening or call 310-217-9500. Additionally, you may scan the QR code on the screen to link you to the city's reopening website. City council meetings will continue to be conducted via Zoom until further notice. The council meeting schedule, agenda, and Zoom meeting details are available on the city's website. We will continue to provide additional information during this transition. We're also excited to have our doors open to our incredible and resilient restaurants. So once again, I just read this the second time here just because for some people who missed it in the beginning of the meeting, we thought it was important to have it the second time around. And with that, we will move on to remembrances. Tonight, we're going to adjourn our meeting in memory of County Firefighter Specialist Tori Carlone, who passed away a couple of weeks ago in that tragic incident at the fire department. And one second here. Let's move on to the adjournment. The Gardena City Council will now adjourn to
I think her battery went out. She had mentioned that it was going out. So
You deserted us.
yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, you might want to take over.
Ron.
Well, maybe. She's not, let's see if she calls me.
We'll call her.
Okay, so when's the next council meeting? On what day?
July 13th.
We're adjourning to the 7 o'clock closed session on July 13th and then 7:30 for the regular city council meeting.
Okay, what the city attorney just said, that's what we're gonna do. So it's now 3 minutes to midnight. So we made it before the bewitching hour. So everybody be safe and just tell the mayor we said good night. Because Clint, I think you're down the hall, aren't you? Okay. Anyway, so we'll return back at the next council meeting. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
4th of July.
Okay,
All right.
see you later.
Night.
Right.